Datuk Zakaria for joining us. And we have strong ladies today. I'm so sorry we couldn't really manage to have a gender balance today, but I'm happy to welcome Dr. Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Doms, a Deputy Director of Human Tropic Center HTC KL Kuala Lumpur, the Regional Humid Tropic Hydrology and Water Resources Center for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and also a Department of Irrigation and Drainage, DID Malaysia. Once again, Dr. Engineer Nurlida Muhammad Dom for joining, and somehow it may balance up our male-dominated event. On behalf of organizer, we would like to apologize for this. I hope this also send a strong message to all ladies, women, that we would like to have develop a lot of expertise in this respective field. Yeah. So without further ado, I think let's start. We would like to welcome Professor T.S. Dr. Ali Slamat, Dean of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, University Technology Malaysia, UTM, to deliver welcoming address. Prof, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kamarul, for introducing all of us this morning. And I believe that this is very important event and marking the Sendai 2030 webinar series on the sediment-related disaster risk reduction. And of course, this is specifically focusing very much on the mapping and modeling to the early warning and mitigation. And again, thank you very much to all the participants that joining us, either through Zoom or through live Facebook or through others YouTube medium. So we welcome you to give remarks on these seminars, because we have quite numbers of prominent speakers today. Yeah, so we have Dr. Zakaria, yeah, and then we have the Dato' Aminuddin Hashim, yeah, from the Director General of Disasters Management Agencies Malaysia, and I think the rest already being shared with you. And we have from Japan, I think from Dr. Senro Kuroka, yeah, from Nippon Kohei. So they have a very wide perspective on the views of managing disasters in Japan. I believe that Japan is having quite numerous experience on this. And I think we have distinguished speakers from Taiwan as well. And this is very important. Our good colleague, yeah, on we call it National Cheng Kung Universities, and it's very wide, well known research centers in research, and others on the what you call it speakers as well. So thank you very much on having your Sunday time with us this morning, despite it's weekend. But I believe that sharing to the audiences across the globe is something that we are looking forward to hear from everyone and getting the feedback. So allow me, my dear friends of science and technology and innovation, allow me to share a few words on welcoming you for this event. And I'm pleased to welcome you to Sendai 2030, the DPPC webinar series. And of course, focusing very much on sediment-related risk reduction, from mapping and modeling, and to the early warning and mitigation. And this is jointly co-organized by Disasters Preparedness and Prevention Center, University Technology Malaysia, MGIT UTM, and together with the National Disaster Management Agency of Malaysia, yeah, and Society of Engineering Geology and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SEGRAM. And of course, this webinar is organized towards renewing our commitments, yeah, to the UNDRR Sendai framework for the disaster risk reduction 2015 until 2030. And this is a very commemorating the post-Dipang tragedy, yeah, on 29 August 1996, yeah, whereby the sediment-related disaster claimed about 44 peoples, yeah, and mostly they are aborigines, underprivileged communities, and children. Yeah. And before we go further, let us pause for a moment of silence and pray for the victim of these fatal disasters 25 years ago. All right, we gather virtually here in this webinar to explore and better understand the challenges in establishing disaster risk reduction strategies. And in particular, for sediment-related disasters, such as the landslides, slope failures, and of course the debris flow, and as seen in the post-Dipang tragedy in 1996. And Malaysia is ranked as one of the countries with the highest frequency of the landslides and slope failures. Over the past 34 years, the total economic loss resulting from this landslide alone are estimated about 3 billion Malaysian ringgit, as reported by National Slope Masters Plan 2009 until 2023. And if no mitigating measures are actually adopted, yeah, the total predicted economic loss for the next 25 years is getting higher. It is estimated around 16 billion ringgit Malaysia. And therefore, the sediment risk reduction is still taken for granted in Malaysia, where it is underfunded. And there is a lack of action-oriented research, yeah? And nationally supported approach is still lacking. So there is a need for this journey on improving those policies and, of course, some kind of measures to improve this situation. And this tells us the serious overhaul of the current policies to the more long-term holistic strategies that is required to address and tackle the issues in a very amicable way. And to the best of our capacity, and as the frequency and magnitude of geohazard disasters are always escalating day by day, and as a result of this climate change and rapid environmental degradation of the urbanization of the country, yeah, understanding the debris flow phenomenon is very important step for us to develop and set a key to recommend the action and to strengthen the debris flow related to the disasters policy, technical assessment, and the advocacy based on advanced technology and science solutions. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this webinar is timely to provide a multi-tiered digital platform for disasters managers, and of course the government officers, the local consultants, the scientists, and the professional practitioners to exchange views, scientific knowledge, innovative technology, and of course to the international best practices in relation to disasters, mitigation, and management. Yeah. And the next most crucial step is to realize this knowledge into effective measures and set them in motion. Yeah. And I would like to end my speech by congratulating the Disasters Preparedness and Prevention Center, MJIIT UTM, National Disasters Management Agencies Malaysia, and Society for Engineering, Geology and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SIGRAM, for organizing this webinar. Yeah, and of course, your organizations play a very critical role in transforming our country into a disaster-resilient society and reducing future disaster risks. Even more during the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course on other climate crises. And with that, I wish you all a very successful webinar, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor T.S. Dr. Ali Slamat, the Dean of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, MJIIT, University of Malaysia, for your welcoming address. Thank you once again, Professor. Well, let's move to the second agenda. We would like to invite Lembaga Datuk Dr. Aminuddin Hashim, Director General of National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, Prime Minister Departments, to deliver opening remarks. Lembaga Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Professor Technologist Dr. Ali Slamat, Dean of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, Dr. Kamarul Azhari Razak, Director of Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, Excellencies, honored guests, distinguished speakers from Japan, Taiwan and Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for taking your precious time during this weekend to participate in this webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reductions, from mapping and modeling to early warning and mitigations, jointly organized by Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, TPPC, of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, MGIT, University Technology Malaysia, UTM Kuala Lumpur, National Disaster Management Agencies, NADMA Malaysia, Society for Engineering, Geology and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SGRM. With the able support from JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agencies, from Nippon Koei, Japan, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan, Soil and Water Conservation, Bureau Council of Agriculture, Taiwan, and also technical national agencies. Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen, our climate is rapidly changing and the impact of climate change as seen around the world lately is so profound. Last week, NADMA had participated in the 7th Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction meeting for Asia and the Pacific. This committee highlighted their concerns over the 2021 Asia-Pacific Disaster Report's key findings regarding the coexistence of climate change with natural and biological hazards that have affected more people and economies to climate risk. With the debilitating COVID-19 scourge, the persistent reality of climate change is reshaping and expanding the contour of the region's risk profile. Climate variability and extreme temperatures increase can affect the frequencies and intensity of the disasters, making a growing number of places and population groups increasingly vulnerable to this cascading risk. Continued global warming is projected to further intensify the global water cycle, including its variability, global monsoons, precipitation, and the severity of wet and dry seasons. Malaysia, unfortunately, will not be an exception. Recently, several low-lying areas around Jerai Geopark in Yan Kedah were hit by sediment-related disaster, namely debris flow, landslides, and flash floods due to a sudden rush of water, which resulted in 6 deaths and many were injured. Around 1,856 homes and business premises were badly damaged. The government has allocated around 75 million ringgit to rebuild the infrastructures and some initiate post-disaster recovery. It is also very timely to commemorate the post-Dipang tragedy that happened 25 years ago. This sediment-related disaster took life of 45 people. Post-Dipang is actually one of the largest orang asli settlement in Perak and had a population of about 1,500 people. It is also caused direct economic losses of around 69 million ringgit. In Malaysia, sediment-related disaster risk reduction is still underinvested and perhaps poorly mitigated. A more holistic, long-term strategic action is much required. Thus, a more robust policy strategy for reducing the risk of sediment-related disaster must be co-designed and should be reframed. A nationally supported study and policy-oriented plan must be co-developed, leveraging on disaster risk reduction approaches in compliance with the best international benchmarking and practices as per the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030. Climate change is already affecting every region on the earth in more ways than one. Human actions or more likely inactions can determine the future course of our planet. Thus, it is high time for us to strengthen our risk governance, increase our DRR investments, and enhance our preparedness and resilience. Floods and other disasters will continue to impact the people and negatively affect our life, properties, and the infrastructure. This is unavoidable. However, what is definitely avoidable is that Malaysia must not forget past disaster. It is time to learn, it is time to adapt, and also it is time to reduce future risk. Past disaster offers us with opportunities to learn and explore from past mistakes and build back better, faster, and stronger. I want to thank the Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, DPPC of UTM, for organizing this webinar today. I hope this webinar will act as a platform for knowledge sharing and exploring new insights into co-developing a long-term strategic action and an integrated framework for sediment-related disaster risk reductions and resilience. It is indeed an excellent platform for all the participants to exchange international best practices, to share benchmarking, and also to share national areas of concerns, particularly in mapping, modeling, monitoring, early warning, preventions, mitigation, and also risk reduction strategy on this type of hazards. Every issue discussed and information shared in this webinar among the international experts and also national speakers will serve to provide substantial policy input for action, better direction to our future, and create awareness and demands for future DRR investment. NAMA is looking forward to consider any resolutions and recommendations to properly address these particular topics on the sediment-related disaster risks in our country, as we are about to embark on a detailed study on debris flow risk management. Debris flow is identified as one of the catastrophic rapid onset disaster in Malaysia. Thus, it is critical to gather out of the box ideas, new insights, and a set of key recommended actions to support the policies, plans, and strategies related to sediment-related hazards and risk management. I am very optimistic you will gain significant knowledge and experience from this Sendai 2030 DPPC webinar series, one of the long-term commitments set by the DPPC and its strategic partners to advocate the disaster risk reductions and resilience culture in Malaysia and our region. On this note, it gave me a great pleasure to officiate the opening of this international webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reduction, from mapping and modeling to early warning and mitigation. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yang Baga Datuk Dr. Aminuddin Hasim, Director General of National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA. Indeed, it's our great pleasure to discuss, exchange our views today, and provide significant policy input for actions to NADMA. And I do believe that we can learn a lot from our colleague today from Japan and Taiwan about how they manage disaster-related disaster on sediment. Thank you once again, Baga Datuk. Let's move to the next one. It's our great pleasure to invite Associate Professor Dr. Sohi Matsura, a JICA expert, to deliver introductory remarks. Dr. Matsura, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kumaro. Again, my name is Shohei Matsura. I'm a JICA expert in disaster risk reduction at MJIT. I would like to first start off by thanking Dr. Aminuddin Hasim, Director General of National Disaster Management Agency, and also Professor Dr. Ali Salamat, Dean of Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, UTM, and organizers, Society for Engineering, Geology, and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SEGRIM, and of course, NADMA. And also speakers, from Japan, Taiwan, and Malaysia, in which many of them have been our longtime collaborators and supporters to our disaster program at MJIT. And not last but not least, the organizing team of DPPC, headed by Director Dr. Komaro. Thank you for allowing me to give the introductory note on this webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reduction. I think, as the Director General mentioned, the sediment-related disasters are prevalent in almost every country in the Asia-Pacific region, including Malaysia. And Japan is, of course, no exception, with over 1,300 sediment and landslide events occurring in just 2020, last year. And more recently, just last month, a massive landslide that swept through a neighborhood in Atami City in Shizuoka Prefecture, which is quite known for its hot spring inns. Just from this one event, 19 people were killed and 9 people apparently are still missing. In fact, in Japan, on an average, over 1,000 landslide sediment events have occurred in the last decade at least. And we all find that in the recent years, it has become more prominent that these sediment-related disasters have been greatly amplified by unusual amount of rainfalls and, of course, frequency. We usually experience this during our typhoon season, which is around July or August every year. And moreover, unfortunately, some of these events, disaster events, are suspected to have been caused by unsuitable practices on tampering with hill slopes and other development efforts. So it is both naturally caused and human induced. But anyway, I think you can imagine how sediment-related disasters are a great threat to the safety and well-being of the people in Japan. Under these circumstances, for over many decades, Japan has accumulated knowledge on various preventive measures to save lives and critical assets through both hardware measures, including Sabo Dam, slope protection methodologies, as well as software measures, such as integrated early warning systems, community awareness programs, and so on. With this knowledge, Japan has also shared this experience and knowledge with countries throughout Asia Pacific through various avenues, including those through official development assistance implemented by JICA. In Malaysia, for example, our current ongoing program at MJIT, our Masters of Disaster Risk Management program, have been inviting prominent experts from Japan, as well as other Asian countries in this field to train our students who are practitioners, professionals in their own rights, not to only share the Japanese methodologies, but also in-depth discussions on how these experiences can be applied to Malaysia. We are currently also implementing a project on debris flow modeling in Kundasan, Sabah, in a joint effort between Malaysian and Japanese experts. The Malaysian experts, I think, who's making the presentation today, I think all have contributed to this program. Well, anyway, the Japanese experts, they're also coming from various institutes and regions, including Kyoto University, Kansai University, and National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience. And in another project, we're also taking part in this comprehensive DRR that targets several landslide-prone districts in the state of Selangor. And we're implementing this, of course, with our Malaysian colleagues, DPPC, with Tohoku University, and we are attempting to utilize available data and scientific analysis to plan and combining it with a community-based risk assessment. We may call it citizen science, to develop a local disaster risk reduction action plan. So it's a kind of maybe a unique project that has all these components just in one small project. And I hope this good practice will be replicated in other regions in Malaysia. Under the Look East Policy 2.0 training scheme, we are also partnering with NATMA in a multi-year training that includes end-to-end early warning system for sediment-related disasters that covers from observation, analysis, dissemination of information, and then response and preparedness planning for the local governments and communities. So these kind of efforts, together with DPPC and our partners, the list goes on. Lastly, I understand that Malaysia has recently experienced a series of landslides in Kedah, in which several lives were lost and many affected. I would like to send my condolences to those affected, especially given that now is a difficult time under the COVID-19 pandemic. But we are looking into these incidents with keen interest to share any Japanese experiences to prevent or reduce the negative effects of such future events. With this said, I hope that this webinar will be a good learning opportunity on a Sunday morning for all of us, including myself. And I hope that we can initiate collaborations and discussions even under this COVID-19 situation to help Malaysia and Malaysians overcome not only sediment disaster issues, but also other issues and committed achievements to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction for a safer, resilient society. So I thank you all again, and terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sama-sama. Thank you very much, Dr. Sohi Masura, for your excellent remarks. I think it's timely to discuss and learn from Japan, as advised by Dr. Sohi Masura. Indeed, through MDRM program, Masters of Disaster Risk Management, in fact, we have invited many experts from Japan who are specialized in this sediment-related disaster. Thank you once again to JICA for supporting our disaster risk management program at MJIT UTM. Thank you, Dr. Sohi Masura. I think we would like to quickly move to our next session. But before we set the scene, I would like to invite all the speakers, international speakers from Japan, from Malaysia, together with our distinguished guests, Professor T.S. Dr. Ali Slamat, Associate Professor Dr. Sohi Masura, to take a group photos. If you can turn on your video. Yeah, thank you very much, the Secretariat.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Okay, can you give thumbs up?
Oh, thumbs up.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Magad. Thank you to this organizing committee. I think we would like to quickly move. It's going to be a disaster indeed. I think it's a Sunday morning and we would like to hear many technical things. But believe me, it's going to be a very exciting session. As mentioned by Dr. Lai just now, we are in the disaster field. You know, we supposed to be ready even during weekend, isn't it, Dr. Lai? Let's set a scenes for today. I think Professor Ali Slamat, in his welcoming remark, he was mentioning about the climate induced during COVID-19, this kind of compound disaster. And Yang Baga Datuk Aminuddin Hasim, Director General of NADMA, mentioned about the policy for actions. Yeah. So today, to translate some of the policy into action, we would like to know some of the international benchmarking. That's why we particularly invite our three speakers from international side, and the rest of the speaker will be from Malaysia, coming from a different agency and mandate. Yeah, so please, I think to all participants, whether you are in the Zoom or in the Facebook, please, if you have any opinions, input, or any questions, please use the chat box or any platforms as you wish. So we would like to hear your views because we are rather like a marathon, yeah, from one speaker to another. But I wish that at the end, we will conclude some of the discussions and translate into the resolutions. And hopefully, through a series of a post-discussion and consultation, we would like to hand over our resolutions to NADMA. So that's our mission today. And as mentioned by Professor Ali Slamat, and in fact, Dr. Matsura mentioned about the increasing trend of the sediment-related disaster recently. So today we commemorate the post-Dipang tragedy 25 years ago. And in fact, last week we had another, the northern part, Kedah Yan, is Juraijo Park, hit by a sediment-related disaster, one hazard that triggered another disaster. And at least there are some initial funding by the federal governments to the state, but I think we need long-term solutions. So let's come to the fact and figure as mentioned by Datuk KP Nadwa. So Datuk mentioned about that the sediment-related disaster in Malaysia is poorly treated and mitigated. So if we can use these statements, and in fact, he was mentioning the use of underinvested. So I would like to pick up these important remarks by our national agency and how these webinars set the scene. Yeah. So by learning from Japan and Taiwan, this is a worst case scenario, at least within the context of Malaysia, we would like to see some of the solutions, whether it's a short, medium, and long term. In fact, I think I would like also to, I think it's worth to mention here that June 2019, before COVID-19 pandemic, we sent about 22 participants, national delegation from Malaysia, to attend debris flow professional training funded by Cheng Kung University in southern Taiwan. So we spent about a week, and through a series of international short course, we learned from Taiwan. So, well, of course, you know, this learning process, the capacity building should be continue in the future. But today, besides sharing what was happening in the past, but perhaps we would like to hear some of the future recommendation. Either it's a policy recommendation or policy interventions. Yeah, so that's somehow the scenes for today, the directions of the discussions. But maybe I think before we move to our first speaker, let's watch commemoration video prepared our organizer about 25 years ago tragedy.
Kerajaan akan menyiasat punca kejadian banjir lumpur di penempatan orang asli Pos Dipang Kampar. Banjir lumpur berlaku apabila air sungai Kuala Dipang melimpah berikutan hujan lebat petang semalam. Menurut laporan wartawan kami di tempat kejadian, kira-kira 30 buah rumah orang asli dihanyutkan dalam kejadian itu. Kawasan ini dipercayai menjadi penempatan orang asli sejak beratus tahun dahulu.
ada seorang member panggil. Dia kata, bangun-bangun jangan tidur. Air bah besar datang. Bila bangun saya, tengok dapur simen saya penuhi air parahnya.
Daripada bukit yang jatuh di perkampungan dan di sebelah bawah tu.
Menyedihkan dengan keadaan rumah yang tak ada dan sebagainya. Dan mereka
istilah sains, apa yang berlaku ialah debris flow atau debris flood atau banjir puing, di mana pokok-pokok dan batu-batu yang besar serta lumpur telah dibawa turun daripada kawasan pergunungan.
Jerit pekik yang bergema masih berbaki jejaknya. Trauma yang dialami masyarakat orang asli di penempatan pos Dipang ini juga masih kekal mencengkam memori. Namun begitu, sejarah amukan gunung ini telah banyak memberi kesan kepada corak penempatan orang asli yang lebih sistematik dan selamat hari ini.
Thank you very much. I think let's take this opportunity today to commemorate this 25 years ago. And also last week, a tragedy in Yan, at least give us a strong reminder that we need a good policy and translate those policy into actions. And I think I would like to apologize to all speakers. We are somehow a bit delayed from the initial plan, but I think we can keep it the presentation as you prepared. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Sandro Kuraka, Chief Engineer of Research Development and Center from Nippon Koi, Japan. Dr. Sandro.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kamaru.
The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Should I turn off my video for better audio or keep it on?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll keep my video on.
Feel free.
I'm going to turn on my PowerPoints.
Please.
Do you see my first slide?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much.
Slideshow.
Okay, once again, thank you very much for a kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And it's an honor, and I really thank you for inviting me to give this presentation today. The title here is Transdisciplinary Approach for Landslide Risk Reduction. Subtitle, Useful Findings from Projects in Malaysia and Japan. I have the opportunity to work for study of debris flow in 2010, Nippon Co and Ikuran, we worked together. We were contracted to perform this project under JKR. And today, and I also had the opportunity to work for the SATREPS project towards its end in 2014. So I'd like to mention about that project a little bit. Today, I'd like to do a review of what we did back then in the light of Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, and also a concept that I will refer to as the knowledge conversion. I will explain what that means. And secondly, I would like to give some notes for future work, and I'll be mentioning about transdisciplinary approach and knowledge conversion. And introducing myself, I work for a company called Nippon Co. It's a general engineering consulting firm in Japan. And I particularly work for the R&D center in Tsukuba, Ibaraki Prefecture. My academic background is strongly on the geotechnical engineering, rock mechanics. For the last 25 years, I work for this company to develop better technology to mitigate, reduce the landslide risks. This is my structure, flow of my presentation today. First, I like to briefly say about some parts of the Sendai framework that I think is related to the work we did in the past. Second, review of the past experiences in light of the Sendai framework and knowledge conversion. So we conducted a debris flow study in 2010. And there are three major components: early warning by rainfall depths. Secondly, fundamental method to assess the factors identifying the risk-prone area, and numerical simulations for runout and inundation due to the debris flow. And lastly, notes for the future work based on experience for DRL workshop for village in Cameron Highland. This was done in conjunction with the SATREPS project. And key points of the review is the following. I look at what we did back then. I feel strongly that external technology, external meaning that some technology from different states or countries, and if you're bringing these into a local, we need to tailor it to fit the local conditions by co-development of the local stakeholders, administration, science sectors. I also strongly feel that while we do so, ownership-driven approach and building incentives among all the participants are the essential in planning and co-developing and implementation. And transdisciplinary approach, TDA means transdisciplinary approach, will help develop solution-oriented innovation. Knowledge conversion is an idea that was developed by Professor Nonaka, and it's a way of understanding how the knowledge is transferred from one place to the other and how a new knowledge can be created and how it can be lead to an innovative approach. This is some excerpts from the Sendai framework, but I will be coming back to this later on, so perhaps you can look at this at a later time, and I'll skip these. I'd like to explain transdisciplinary approach. You may already know, but I'd like to highlight some of the major points. As you know, landslide risk management, the components consists from various disciplines: geotechnical engineering, hydrology, geomorphology, remote sensing, IT, electrical. Many disciplines come part of the landslide management, especially preparedness and mitigation stages. In the response stage after the disaster require medical assistance and help from police department, fire department, military assistance. So it consists of many sectors, but at the preparedness stage and mitigation stage, we can see that it's interdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary, we seek for the systematic organizational structures and processes that makes all the disciplines and sector work together and make scientific knowledge become integral part of the decision making. So on top of the interdisciplinary, which is consisting of natural and social sciences, etc., we have to think about how the multi-sector approach, academia, government, NGO, NPO, private sector, has to work together. And there are various forms of doing it. And it is very complex in some cases. Everybody knows that this will help the scientific knowledge become part of the decision making. Now, I'd like to go into review of what we did back in 2010. Name of the project was Study on Debris Flow Controlling Factors and Triggering System in the Peninsula of Malaysia. And as I mentioned earlier, this was a project conducted by JKR, Nippon Koei and ICRAM. We were contracted to perform these tasks. 3 components are here. We have done a lot of field investigation. What are the mechanism and factors that we have to pay attention to identify the debris flow prone area? And at the same time, the findings of those field study will be used for simulation. Also for early warning purposes, we decided to use rainfall data. We collected rainfall data and tried multiple methods that is used in the world to see if it's applicable to the case in Malaysia. So I would like to review what we have done before in the light of Sendai framework and knowledge conversion. This is the idea of knowledge conversion originally developed by Nonaka-san. The references below. This is a way to understand how the knowledge of one person or group of person is translated to another group of people. Tacit knowledge is knowledge, but not in a written form or in an electrical form or a movie, but it just exists in a person's mind and head based on his and her experiences. For example, schemes of the carpenters. It's not necessarily written, and it has to be translated, transferred to other person, next generation, through socialization. Socialization typically, in the case of this debris flow, is on-the-job training. After our training, we will externalize. Externalization referred to writing manuals, papers. And then it becomes explicit knowledge. Explicit knowledge is typically comes in the form of written or movies for you to follow and understand. This explicit knowledge, when it comes from, can come from different groups. Like, I'm sorry. And I like to highlight this process called combination. So this explicit knowledge could come from different states or countries. The other one may be local. And when it's combined through combination process, new knowledge can be generated, likely generated, and can now become internalized and become part of the personal experience and knowledge. So I'd like to see how this flow fits to what we did before, 2010, 2014. And in this process, I like to emphasize the social capital, which is the connectedness among the people, and trust is essential in running this performing socialization, externalization, and combination. So first field investigation 8 sites were done in 2010. These are the locations. On the left side was the 8 debris flow that we identified for study. And on the right side is more landslide occurrence data superposed during the SATREPS project performed in 2014. This is the figure I copied from a paper written by Professor Murakami and his teams. And of course, the team, including the Malaysian team. The 8 sites comes in various sizes and gradients. Here I'd like to bring out an example of socialization, which is the on-the-job training. In the Japanese team, we were about 7 people participating in this project, some senior, some young. They all had tacit knowledge of how to investigate debris-prone channel investigation. And while we walk through, we know by experience what to record on the take a memo. At the time in 2010, we did not have the drone to do this type of work automatically. So at the time, relying on sketches. So we would write down the major findings, the boulders, vegetation, approximate thickness of sediment in the channel, the dimensions, gradients. So we were doing this together with the teams of JKR and ICRAM and maybe participants from the universities. And on the right side, left side, I'm showing what the Japanese team wrote. And we will write this and we will record it together with the photograph. And on the right side, later on, the sketches made by the Malaysian team. And I think we confirmed that we were successful in doing this through the socialization. And the Malaysian team, they upgraded by writing this in color. Please remind me, it may look like a relatively a simple diagram, but it's the site is not an easy place for you to write these sections because we have to do it very quickly. It's not just one section, but we have to draw 10, 20 sections while we climb up the stream. So this, in my opinion, this is a very good job done. And this type of information is necessary in the end to prioritize which channel has more debris or which channel has more big boulders that can be a very risky, high risk when it flows down. And also we will use this information to estimate the volume of sediments inside a channel so that we can run the simulations. Further on, we did the grain size distribution. Grain size distribution is about, is done in the field and also laboratory, but this was also on the socialization. We are working together with a Malaysian team, as you see in the photograph, and the experience. There is a manual, and we use a manual, but largely we have to do this together on the field, as you can see in the photo. So this we can fit to the diagram as a part of, and when we look at the diagram of the knowledge conversion, in this part falls into the socialization process. What existed in personal knowledge now becomes a tacit knowledge of a group. And now finally, it becomes a report, a manual. And this is now explicit knowledge. Second, development of a rainfall criteria for early warning, or the second component. The first task is data collection, rainfall data in relationship with the 8 debris flow events that occurred. And we looked into 3 methods that are used in the world and also in Japan to find method that fits the case of Malaysia. Method, I mean the criteria, calculation method to forecast the risk level. So as you measure the rainfall, hourly rainfall, we are looking for a method to evaluate whether it has become a high risk or still at the safe level. This is an intensity duration method widely used in Europe and US, and we were fitting this method to the cases in Malaysia and see which criteria works. The many lines that you see are the lines used in different countries. I would like to skip the details for now. Method 2, this is the first one. I'd like to highlight that this is a linear line, as you can see. This is a method we used to use this in Japan. It's still used perhaps by some group of people, but we call this a working rainfall that takes into account of antecedent rainfall. But again, like the vertical axis is the short-term rainfall effect, horizontal long-term. But again, we draw a linear line through here. And if the rainfall exceeds this linear line, we call it critical line, and we will evaluate as the risk has increased or maybe the failure is imminent. Method 3 is the soil water index. We use this so-called tank model, and it simulates the slow infiltration and water retaining in the soil. And by then, this model will take into account the effect of the antecedent rainfall. Other speaker may refer to this. I'll skip this detail. Method 4. Now, up to here, the criteria is linear, but now in Japan, we use a nonlinear criteria. And however, the vertical axis is the same as before. It represents the short-term effect, hourly rainfall. On the long axis is a long-term effect coming from the soil water index. Based on those two numbers, we can, in real time, we can plot the point in this graph, but the criteria for the risk is now nonlinear, like in this curve, red curve. And if the point should go across this point, we make a judgment whether risk is high or failure is imminent. This is currently in the method used, and the rainfall data acquired in every 5 kilometer square grid. And using that data, and we forecast that there's a forecast is done 1 2 hour ahead, and based on this rainfall data, 2 hours, 1 hour ahead and 2 hours ahead of time, and compare with this nonlinear curve, we can evaluate the risk. But this method was not applied back then in 2010 when we conducted the study. And these rainfall criteria must go along with the hazard map, because without knowing where you live and whether you're in the hazard area, this rainfall information is not sufficient. But today I don't have the time to go into the hazard map. So this study that we did back in 2010, we identified that perhaps this working rainfall and soil water index is useful in the case of Malaysia. We are comparing some of the data we acquired in 4 or 5 locations and see that this method seems to be applicable. But now I'd like to compare with some of the Sendai statement in the Sendai framework and review how this went. And we did this in a way that we had participants from different sectors, government, academia, and I see that this was multi-sectoral. Now, when I look at this item, third item F, it is necessary to empower all sorting in local community to reduce disaster risk, including through resource and incentive decision making. I, development implementation policy strategies with cross-sectoral approach, which should be tailored to localities and to the context. When we did this, we tried to apply the technology, that method that we use in Japan to the case in Malaysia. And we felt at the end of the project that this is reasonable. But in fact, there was not enough event data, where event data, I mean the landslide data, together with rainfall. Sometimes we had the landslide data, but there was not enough rainfall data that was clearly related to the event, landslide event. Maybe the date did not make sense, or maybe the rainfall data was too far away. But so to draw this critical line, we need a local data, and we felt that although it is not enough, and we can start using this as a prototype, and as more data comes in, this type of approach should become useful. But we did not follow up on this matter, and perhaps I can get the comment today how it is done now. But when I review this, one thing I have to remember is, did we really try hard to see if the method is really applicable? Is it possible to find a method that does not require this event data? That's the question I have today. Did we really build an ownership-driven approach? Did we have enough plans to build incentives and motivation to run this after the project is over? This is what I thought when I look back the project in the light of Sendai frameworks. So this word keeps coming back to me, that to ensure the use of traditional, indigenous, local knowledge, and keeping this in mind, tailor the external knowledge to fit the local conditions. I guess this is what I feel now, looking back. I think my time is running out. Do I have about 5 more minutes?
Yes, please, Dr.
5 more?
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
Okay. This is something about the future works, and maybe last remark on this from the Sendai framework. This is priority 4, to invest in, develop, maintain, strengthen people-centered, multi-hazard, multi-sectoral forecasting, early warning. Develop such systems through participatory process, tailor them to the needs of users. And looking at this statement, I'd like to give one example in 5 minutes. With this, in this photo, I'd like to introduce Eriko-san. She's the representative of Stopwatch NGO in Malaysia. In 2014-15, while we were engaged in Satra's project, we conducted a workshop in the village in Cameron Highland, Aboriginal peoples village. We talked to the village leader, and he mentioned that by experience, without the rain gauge, he knows when to ask the community to move to a safer place. And when I now look at the Sendai framework, it relates to this statement to ensure the use of traditional indigenous knowledge. And now my question is, can we use this type of information experience combined with explicit modern knowledge to develop a new approach. So key points of the review for the future work is this: the technology need to be tailored to fit the local knowledge while keeping in mind that traditional indigenous knowledge is important. We have to come up with an ownership-driven method to develop incentive, and this will be essential in planning and co-development. So I looked into some language to see if it can fit the local needs. So the center framework says that it has to let the local conditions, and it should be meet the local resources, namely the economical conditions, education background. So this workshop was done, and I was introducing potential rain gauge that is more on the visual. It lights up based on the amount of water that collected, while it's allowing the water to seep through the tanks. So it's like a tank model, but physical tableau. Project member, NGO, government agency help, technical advices from the Southwest scientists, financial aid came from Japan. And I thought this is, maybe we can view it as a startup of a transdisciplinary approach, because not just interdisciplinary, we had the different, this is multi-sector, people were helping this. So finally, I'd like to say that implementation of this type of new approach, it requires the involvement of decision makers, administration, as well as local communities. And hence, this is the idea of transdisciplinary approach based on TDA for research. And it's advantageous because it's not just the research, but when it comes to implementation, we need decision makers, policy makers to be part of it. And therefore it's good to start the research with these multi-sector approach, even though it may take a long time. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to conclude my presentation with memorable photos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sandro Kuraka, for the presentation. Excellent presentation indeed. We wish to hear more story from your, I would say 10 years ago in Malaysia, around 2010, with a group of officers from JKR, from IKRAM. Thank you, Dr. Sandro, for your sharing today. If I may recall the importance of a transdisciplinary approach into addressing these complex scenarios. These sediment-related disaster is pretty much a complex phenomena from the beginning of the event until the mitigation part, to understand what was happening, to really quantify the field-based data, you inject some of the TDA into the process. I wish to hear more story, how actually the data from the field, you hybridly into the model, use the indigenous knowledge, local inputs, and improve the understanding of the event. Once again, Dr. Sandro Kuraka, thank you for your presentation. For those who are joining our event today, we just completed the first presentation. Feel free, if you have any further questions or clarification, you can use a chat box either in Zoom or in the Facebook. So you can propose some new approach if you wish, or also discuss some of the proposed method presented by Dr. Sandro Kuraka. So I would like to quickly move to the second presentation. We would like to invite Dr. Wen Chen Lai, who is currently a Deputy Director of Disaster Prevention Research Center, National Cheng Kung University, based in Taiwan, Tainan City. Well, he's excellent candidates today to speak on behalf of Professor Sheikh, who couldn't make it for today's session. So Dr. Lai, if you're ready, you can share your slide on screen if you have, just to make sure it's ready for the presentation.
Because I send my
Dr. Lai, I can't hear you clearly. Izati, I just want to make sure whether my line is trouble. Megan, can you?
I think Dr. Lai has a problem with his internet connection.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to share his slideshow.
Slide presentation. Perfect then. Okay, don't worry, Dr. Lai. We helped you. We have the copy of the presentation. Yes, Dr. Lai, floor is yours.
I guess Dr. Lai has some internet connection problem, so maybe we can proceed with other speaker first while we sort out.
Yeah, I think that's even better. Is even better. Sorry, Dr. Lai. I think we have difficulty to hear you. Maybe the technical teams will fix your connection first, and we move to the third presenter, Dr. Samuel, if you don't mind, to perhaps take over for the second slots.
Okay, sure.
Then we can proceed with Dr. Lai afterward. Great. So please, Dr. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Maybe you can share your slides first. Yes, I think we have Dr. Samuel here, Director of International Cooperation Team, Soil and Water Conservation Bureau. The floor is yours, Dr. Samuel, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
And I appreciate Professor Kamaru for your warm invitation. And my name is Samuel Yin. I'm the Director of International Cooperation Team of Soil and Water Conservation Bureau, Taiwan. So today I would like to share with you some of our experiences, especially focus on the comprehensive strategies for the debris flow disaster management in Taiwan. The first slide shows that Taiwan is prone to different kinds of disasters, especially the typhoons and earthquakes. So we can see that the left-hand side map, it is a tropical cyclone frequency map. So Taiwan is here, which is located at the dark red zone. which means the high frequency of tropical cyclones. And we all know that in the Northwest Pacific, a severe tropical cyclone is also called typhoons. And everybody knows that typhoon usually brings torrential rains, which is the major cause of debris flow, landslide, and flash floods. So from the right-hand side pictures, we can see that we have hundreds of earthquakes every year, especially in the eastern part of Taiwan, because Taiwan is located at the convergent boundary between the Eurasian and Philippine Sea plate. That's why we have a lot of earthquakes. And what's the relationship between earthquake and landslide? Because we know that the strong earthquake shaking greatly improve and increase the likelihood of landslide. And those landslides will often result in the debris flow, especially in mountain areas, like in Taiwan or in Malaysia or in other countries. And here we have some pictures and one video of debris flow disasters in Taiwan caused by different typhoon events. Let's focus on the video. This is the debris flow event caused by Typhoon Herb in central Taiwan in 1996. And we can see from the video that debris flow is a kind of mixture of rocks, muds, and water, even containing the woods in the channel, flushing down the channel, and with some strong impact force. So sometimes it is very strong enough to destroy all the bridges or even the houses within its flowing path. So it's quite dangerous. So at that time in 1996, after the video was televised to the public in Taiwan, so people are aware of the severity of debris flow disasters. So we just started our study and the research about debris flow since 1996 in Taiwan. And then next, I would like to introduce our department. This is the organization chart of the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau. The total personnel is about 800, and the annual budget is about 330 million US dollars. We have different divisions, not only the disaster prevention, but we have the division dealing with the civil engineering constructions. So we built thousands of engineering constructions in mountain areas. We also have a department dealing with the rural regeneration, slopeland monitoring. Because of recently, debris flow disaster is quite serious. So we established a new agency. We call it the Debris Flow Disaster Prevention Center. I used to be the director of the center for years. So let's take a look at the right-hand side pictures. We have 6 branches office all around Taiwan. So from this picture, we can easily find out that over 70% of our land belongs to the slopeland with young and fragile geologies. So that's why we have a lot of landslide and debris flows. And according to the Disaster Prevention and Protection Act of Taiwan, so the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau is in charge of the management of debris flow disasters. Probably in the future, the large-scale landslide could be contained inside the act. And recently, due to the challenges of the climate change, so we established a new team we called International Cooperation Team to enhance the international participation and collaboration with other countries and the international organizations. So this is the typical, we call typical debris flow disasters. The disaster is caused by Typhoon Nemador in Pingtung County, which is the southern part of Taiwan in 2011. So the photo is recorded by the unmanned aerial vehicle after the debris flows. So we can easily to separate the debris flow process into three parts. For the upstream area, we usually call source area because the shallow landslide occur and generate a lot of debris materials. So those materials just is mixtured with the water by typhoons, and due to the gravity, so initiate the debris flows in upstream area. So to the midstream part, when debris flow just transport in the channels, but it just enrolled in a lot of boulders and rocks, so it has strong erosive ability. So usually after the debris flow, the channel will become deeper and wider because of the strong erosive ability by the debris flows. But most important part is the downstream areas. Debris flow just deposit, and the shape is like the fan, so we usually call the fan areas. People in mountain areas living in the downstream fan areas, they do the agriculture, farming, and they build their houses there. So their daily life will seriously affected by the debris flows. So this area we also call affected area. So people who live there are our targets to protect during the emergency when typhoon comes. So how we deal with debris flow disasters? This is the framework about the debris flow management in Taiwan. So usually when we are processing the disaster assessment, we keep on asking ourselves three questions: where, when, and how big. So where are the debris flows if we want to deal with debris flow disasters? So according to the previous investigation, we know that we have to do the hazard mapping. So in Taiwan, we have more than 1,700. We call potential debris flow creeks. Means those creeks are selected and prone to debris flow disasters. And each creek has the downstream fan areas. So we try to delineate those downstream affected fan areas. So every year, the Bureau just work with the local governments, try to establish the inventory of the people who live in those fan areas. So it's about 50,000 residents who live in the dangerous areas threatened by the debris flows. So those are the targets we try to protect. From the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau, before we just did a lot of engineering constructions, different kinds of check dams, slate dams, diversion channels, etc. We spend a lot of money to do the engineering construction in mountains, but those kinds of engineering construction has the protective limitation. So sometimes when the disaster scale is over the protection limit, we still suffer from serious disasters, even more serious than before, because people will feel safe when they see those kind of constructions, so they won't be evacuated. So recently we think this is not the way we have to do. We turn to some software measures for the government. For example, the land use restriction or relocation of the local people. But the local people don't like those two measures, because if you just set up some restriction about the land use, the price of the land will go down. So they even protest against those two measures. So the only way for the government can do is to evacuate people during the emergency recently. So if we want to evacuate people, we have to know when the debris flow will come. So a reliable early warning system based on the rainfall criteria is just proposed, like the first speaker from Japan. So from our processes to deal with debris flows, the first thing is to locate the potential areas. So the risk identification of potential debris flow creeks is quite important. We just considered two indices. The first one is the occurrence degree. The second part is the degree of hazards on protected targets. So usually occurrence degree means the hydrological and geological conditions, for example, the landslide ratio, the drainage slope, sedimentation amount, or even the vegetation cover of the watershed. We just all consider that. And the protected targets means the buildings, houses, or the infrastructures in the downstream fan areas. So we put those two indices into this risk matrix. So we can easily divide it, those potential debris flow creeks into three levels: high, medium, and low risk, which is very important about our distribution of our annual budget. So let's move on to the most important thing, is the rainfall-based warning model. So like all the warning model based on the rainfall, we choose two indexes, which is the rainfall intensity as well as effective accumulated rainfall. We use the word effective because we not only consider the real-time rainfall, but we also consider the preceding rainfall for 7 days. It's like a little bit like the water into the soil become the content of the water, which is a kind of trigger of the slope failure and become the source of debris flows. And we choose a lot of hundreds, even thousands of events and recorded all the rainfall patterns and use the statistic analysis. And finally, we choose the 70 probability line as the red dotted line, as the critical line to set up different kinds of rainfall criteria. So different places has different rainfall criteria or threshold, which is differ from 300 to 650 millimeter. This is the simplified threshold because we have some purpose, because we want the local people to take the measurements of the rainfall easily and they can do the evacuation themselves. So for the government, we have two stages of this kind of rainfall warning model. So we work with the Weather Bureau. So in a certain area, when the predict rainfall is over the local threshold of the rainfall criteria, then we issue the yellow warning for persuasive evacuation. The local government has to carry on this kind of activity. If the real rainfall is over the threshold in this area, then we issue the red warning for mandatory evacuation. So you probably will ask me if people violate those orders, they might get some fine tickets. So people hear that they will get the fine tickets, they usually will follow this kind of mandatory evacuation instructions by the local government. And during the emergency, when the typhoon comes, in our bureau, we will establish the Emergency Operation Task Force. So we receive the real-time rainfall data from different kinds of sources, like the automatic rain gauges all around Taiwan, over 500 stations. We also set up different kinds of monitoring stations, try to capture the mechanism of debris flow. So different kinds of sensors are adapted, like the rain gauges, soil moisture sensors, even the wire sensor, which is the widely used sensors in the world to detect the occurrence of debris flows and the geophones, etc. So from that data combined with the radar system, because we work with Weather Bureau, we'll also work with the NOAA from US. So we develop our own quantitative precipitation forecast. So those data are linked to our web-based decision support system. So the system will calculate and analyze the real-time data and automatically issue the debris flow warning to the local governments as well as to the public. Years ago, more than 10 years ago, we realized that the accurate rainfall data is very important about the rainfall-based model, try to make it more accurate. So we try to set up different kinds of on-site debris flow monitoring stations. We have the fixed stations, even the mobile station or the portable ones. The portable ones means that we can carry it on our back to distribute to the mountain areas to take the measurements of debris flow, rainfall, or other phenomena using different kinds of sensors. So this kind of communication usually through the satellite transportation. And we just displayed through our website and apps to the different government agency as well as to the public about the real-time debris flow condition in the field. So here we have some part of the observation data in central part of Taiwan in 2014. We can see from the right-hand side the videos. We got two wire sensors across the river. When debris flow comes, we just cut it off, and then we receive the warning about debris flow currents. So we can see the detail about the video that it contains, debris flow usually contains big boulders. Those boulders will hit the channel bed and generate some kind of elastic waves. Those kind of waves can be detected like the left-hand side, detected by the seismometer and geophone. Then we got the signal occurrence of debris flows. We also transfer into spectrum to analyze, which is a kind of early warning system about debris flows, especially used in Europe or Japan. And the velocity of debris flow also can be detected from the image analysis by the videos. So those kind of information is very useful for our following analysis and feedback to our rainfall-based debris flow warning model. So since we have those kind of on-site monitoring system, so we try to display those information on our apps to the public because the prevalence of the cell phone. So we develop this kind of maps, but I think the most important thing is that because the cell phone, let's take a look at the picture in the middle. Because the cell phone has the function to locate yourself. So if we go to the field, we just open the app. Then the system will show the nearby potential debris flow creeks, like the blue lines. If the government issue the red or yellow warnings, the blue line will turn red or yellow, then you will know that. And the blue dots represents the rain gauge. So if you just click in, we know all the information about the rain gauge. And the most important is the green dots, which represents the shelters. So we just click in, we know the nearby shelters, the address, telephone number, capacity, etc. The system also will calculate the distance between the user and the shelters. It's very easy for the local people to take the shelters during the emergency using this kind of map. And I think most important is that the local communities, because we find out that even when you are the PhD or master, you got the degrees, we went to the local communities. The local people don't listen to us because they only listen to the people they trust, like the village head or their neighbors. So they won't listen to the government officials' advice. So we find out this truth. So we just recruit the local people, especially the village head or community leaders, try to give them some trainings, educations, and knowledge, even their uniform and equipment. So they become our, we call debris flow professional volunteers. Now in Taiwan, we have more than 3,000 professional volunteers to deal with debris flows. The coverage is 100%, which means that we have more than 1,700 creeks. So each creek has at least one volunteer nearby. So they can take care of the potential debris flow creeks. They can observe, take the measurements of the real-time rainfall using the simplified rain gauge and send back using their cell phone. They help the local government to carry on the evacuation activities. Even if some places occur the disasters, they can report back using their cell phone to the government. We can try to do the actions to recover those situations. So they are quite important to us. And when they go back to their communities, they become like the seed. They will grow up and they will affect their families and neighbors. So if they can all agree to accept the advanced trainings, so we will dispatch our specialists, go into their communities to give them some trainings and try to encourage the local residents to have the organizations and divided all the people into 4 working groups: the warning, evacuation, guidance, and shelters. So during the emergency, when typhoon comes, they know what to do. For example, if I belong to the shelter groups, so when we receive the sea warning of the typhoons, which will invade Taiwan, then I will go to the shelters to prepare all the necessities like the food, water, or other kinds of sleeping bags to take care of their villagers if people are evacuated to the shelters. So everyone knows what to do. So this village or community become the disaster-resistant community, or we can say that they are the resilient communities. So this kind of community in Taiwan, the number is over 600. So almost mountain areas suffer from debris flow disasters. They have this kind of resistant community organization, so they can help themselves. So they only need support during the ordinary times is some budget and some training from the government. So let's take a look at the outcome of this kind of mechanism we deal with debris flow in Taiwan. So let's focus on the red line. The red line means the casualty number of debris flows versus the casualty number of the same typhoon events. So since we have implemented the debris flow disaster prevention system in 2004, we can see that the casualty number of debris flow just decreased a lot, especially in recent years. So this kind of early warning, community-based evacuation plan mechanism has been proved effective in Taiwan. And in 2019, we tried to join the Geospatial World Forum in Netherlands. So we attend a competition, and the topic we use is the Intelligence Disaster Prevention and Decision-Making Network for Debris Flow Monitoring. And finally, we won the Geospatial World Excellence Awards. This is the only country won this kind of award in the disaster prevention aspects. So we are happy about that, and we are glad to share our experiences to other countries. So the last part, I want to say that now we just focus on the international cooperation on slopeland disaster reductions. So the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau is a national department to deal with the slopeland management. We have a lot of experiences because we suffer from frequent natural disasters in the past 2 decades. So we have a expertise about the preparedness, emergency response, even the recoveries. So also we set up an international education center about the soil and water conservation for the farmland in southern part of Taiwan. So we try to supply the soil and water conservation methods and expertise to other specialists from other countries. We also try to interpret those instruction manual, handbooks, and videos into different kinds of languages. So it's easier for other specialists from other countries to read, to absorb this kind of knowledge. So in 2018 in Thailand, we established the first demonstration outdoor classroom for the soil and water conservation of the farmland. And in 2019 in Vietnam, we set up the first demonstration on-site debris flow monitoring station in northern part of mountains in Vietnam. So the Bureau is dedicated to promoting international collaboration with other countries and organizations. So we do hope that we can work together, try to help our people in mountain areas to mitigate the slopeland disasters in the future. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. I think it's an excellent presentation once again.
Thank you.
From the mapping to the modeling, you know, I think the early warning, the mitigation, and in fact, it's not just that. You also empower the so-called the local champion. Yeah, so that's an excellent job. We wish to hear more story about that, and hopefully during our moderation session, Dr. Samuel can also share about one short article, when debris flow meet coffee. I think this also for the, you know, for the sake of the benefits for today, I think they deserve to know the story, how actually SWCB transform the socio-economic of the local people who are suffered from this sediment-related disaster. Once again, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to thank for your excellent presentation, Dr. Samuel. So let's move to the next presenter, which is supposed to be the second one. Well, Dr. Lai, are you in?
Yes.
That's one thing. Yes. Oh, lovely. I think Dr. Samuel and Dr. Lai, they are really good in changing the sessions quickly, you know. They are both our sensei during our visit and training in Taiwan. Yeah. So for those who are interested with this international training program in Taiwan, they are both the a future leader, ongoing effort to promote these international capacity programs. Yeah. So Dr. Samuel, once again, thank you for your time. I would like to invite Dr. Win Chi Lai, a Deputy Director of Disaster Prevention Research Center, DPRC. Well, in fact, they have a different version of DP. Well, instead of research, a training center, if I'm not mistaken, in National Cheng Kung University, NCKU, Taiwan. So, Dr. Lai, you can share. Yeah, I think the slide is ready.
Yes.
I still remember your story inside the bus, you know, to the field. Yeah, I think it's coming soon.
Yes.
Yeah, to all participants, if you have quick questions to Dr. Samuel, please use a chat box. Yeah, either you are in the Zoom or in the Facebook. Megan, I think we need to see the slides presentation.
But anyway, the thanks to the Camaro and also Samuel, you quite very good emergency response. Yeah.
Yeah, please,
okay.
Dr. Lai.
Okay. Sorry, the business continuity plan is failure because I lost my signal. But I hope I can give the smoothly presentation in the next 20 minutes. And today, I want to give you some lesson we're learning from the 2009 Typhoon Morocco. And as you know, we have already have the good preparation for the debris flow. So we are really count on our emergency response on debris flow. But unfortunately, disaster always be changed year by year, and also so the next slide, please. Okay, the story beginning from the typhoon form in the very far from Taiwan. So actually, we have almost 1 week from the typhoon coming. And next. So maybe you can see the typhoon form in the August 3 in 2009. And next. So the typhoon is coming, and we have already have a lot of experience to the typhoon. So we have the SOP, standard operation plan for the typhoon coming, and the weather forecasting say this typhoon is not so strong, and maybe we'll notice the major path is to the northern Taiwan. I mean the city very close to the Taipei. And next, in the August 8th, we issue the warning for the inland area. It means the typhoon will pass through the Taiwan island. And next, so the August 7th, the raining is beginning in the northern part of Taiwan, and actually it's not so strong compared with the usual typhoon. And next. But the August 8th, the heavy rainfall is a beginning, but it's totally different scenario as we seen, because we usually thinking the affecting area is in northern part of Taiwan, but actually the most of the rainfall is a heavy rainfall is happening in the southern part of Taiwan. Next. And also the headquarters is mainly in the Taipei city. So when they feel the raining is not so strong, the wind is not so strong, so the headquarters may be saying it's not the big problem. But the heavy rainfall falling in the southern part of Taiwan and make a serious damage in there. Next. And till the August 10, the rainfall is stopped and the typhoon is far away from Taiwan. But unfortunately, we have the unexpected heavy rainfall in the southern part of Taiwan. Next. So the typhoon, in the beginning, we didn't think it's a very terrible and the serious damage will coming. So the forecasting is a weaker one. So also the emergency headquarters is located in the Taipei and northern part of Taiwan, and they think the damage is not so big or not so huge, but the unexpected the southwest current coming from the South China Sea is be connecting to the southern part of Taiwan just after the typhoon is leaving. So it brings the unexpected the heavy rainfall in southern part of Taiwan. Next. So you can see the total rainfall is about the 2,884 millimeter in the 4 days. So it's unexpected the long duration. I mean the 91 hour. It's almost 4 days, and so also almost 25% of the Taiwan, especially in the southern part of Taiwan, is covered by the heavy rainfall. So it's also the high intensity and also very large depth. It's almost 3,000 millimeter in the 4 days. And also it's a very broad extending area, 25% of Taiwan be covered. Okay, next. So I will give us our explanation. I mean, in the original idea, we are dealing with the problem of the engineering scale. I mean, the shallow landslide, debris flow, and everything look fine. And also we have already have the good preparation, like a warning system, and also the emergency response to the such kind of the problem like debris flow and shallow landslide. But in this time, I think I just gave the very simple words. We meet the problem of our emergency response is in engineering scale, but our problem, our impact is like a geological scale. I mean the deep sea landslide, the depth like 120 meter, 80 meter, 200 meter, they happening in the many places. So large of the sediment be transported to the upstream area and also be bring to the downstream area by the flooding, by debris flow, and also make a landslide dam and also landslide dam broken. So it make a very serious problem, totally different as we seen as we prepare for the shallow landslide and the debris flow. Next. This is very typical photo you have been seeing. In the left-hand side, it's a photo be taken before the Typhoon Morocco, and in the right side is the photo we taking after the Typhoon Morocco. Actually, you look almost the whole thing is changed. But after we have the field survey about the area, we found only the 5 meter in depth. I mean, the landscape didn't change so large, but the whole houses have been gone by the large-scale landslide. Next. So we make the problem. Sometimes I say this is the spectrum of the sediment-related disaster. I mean, maybe like rainfall like 300 millimeter or 400 millimeter. It could be like a flooding after the 500 millimeter. It's not the standard value, but it's just an example. Like large, like 500 millimeter, maybe the shallow landslide will happen. Shallow landslide happen, and also landslide material into the gully and change to the debris flow. If the rainfall continuously like 1,000 or 1,500, maybe the deep sea landslide or large-scale landslide will happen. Such kind of the landslide will make a landslide dam, and after the landslide dam is broken, we make a very serious or large-scale debris flow from the main channel. So it's the main problem we met from the Typhoon Morocco. Also, you can see this is accumulated rainfall. So in the horizontal is the time, in the vertical is accumulated rainfall. You can see the typical curve of the Typhoon Morocco. In the beginning, 2 days, maybe 48 hours, it's not so strong. So all the people believe it. This typhoon is not the serious damage. They feel safe. They didn't go to the shelter, and they didn't move to the safety place. But after the 48 hours, the rainfall continues to rapidly increase, and then the people losing less the chance to evacuate to safety place. Next. This is the simulation of large-scale landslide in the Shaolin village. We make the borehole to collecting the geological parameter, And also we're collecting the topography map before and after. Want to make the simulation as the same as the real disaster is a very complicated process. We need to cut off the mountain that the sediment can be passed through the mountain range. So it means the process itself is very complicated. It's very difficult to using a very simple simulation to get the real result. Next. So it's a scenario and stage of the Shaolin village I like to share with you. You can see the satellite image. The village is in the foot of the mountain. So they have the connection with the two bridges that pass through the creek. In the beginning, next, so when the rainfall is coming, so make a flooding of in the river. So the river water level is increased and stop almost the same height with the bridge. The people feel safe, so they think the rainfall is not so terrible, so they stay in the village. Finally, the bridge is just isolated by the flooding. Next, so the debris flow happen in the main channel and then destroy the bridge. So the people be isolated to go to the more safety place. Next, so because the debris flow happen and make some stop and make some flooding in the village. And next, so the flooding is happen and also large scale landslide happen. The people follow the advice. They move to the shelter of the debris flow, but unfortunately, the shelter itself is still very dangerous because the disaster coming with large scale landslide. So the people be killed in the shelter. Next. So after the large scale landslide happened, and next. So the landslide then formed and a lot of the water be stored after the landslide dam, and then next. So the landslide dam is broken and make a very seriously flooding in the downstream area. So the scenario is different as we think because we think it's the shallow landslide and debris flow. So the people also losing the last chance to move to the safety place. Next. It's a quite large and extending area. You can see this is satellite image after the Typhoon Morocco, and we can see the landslide ratio from 2% to 5%. I mean, it's a landslide area over the catchment area. It means the 2% or 5% of the area be covered by the landslide. So we chase the landslide ratio every year, but not didn't change in the past 10 years. Next. So how do? We meet such kind of problem, and also we can see this is a rainfall intensity map. In the red part of in the mountain area, we have the slope disaster, but in the plain area, we have the flooding and the serious inundation problem in the downstream area. So it's a sum of the connection from the upstream to the downstream. Next. We have the almost 100 of the village in the damaged area. We cannot treat the whole village in the same time. So we need to classify the which village we need to do by the priority. So we have the limited resources, and we have the not so enough of the manpower and everything. So we need to make a plan. Who is a priority, and the second and the third. So we using the two factor in the beginning, maybe only the 1 week, we need to make the decision. So we make a decision by the landslide ratio And also the vertical axis is erosion or deposition, the height, I mean in the main channel. So the landslide ratio is mean the source area, how much of the burden will bring to this village. And second, erosion and deposition depth next to the village is mean how much of the sediment be transported to the village. So we use this to dividing the village. Next. So we deciding by the report, they say the heavy damage the village is about landslide ratio is about 9 or 8%. And also the erosion of deposition height is about 5 meters. And also we based on the report, the known damage area is about the landslide ratio is fewer than 2%. And also the erosion or deposition height is smaller than 2 meters. So we dividing by this criteria to treat which village is a high priority. Next. So we make these 3 classes to dividing the protection target and landslide ratio and the riverbed variation. So even though impact is quite high, but if they have no protection target, we may be seen it's not so important at that time. So we dividing to have some priority classes. Next. So this is our result. So the high priority and the middle priority and the low priority, and based on the spatial distribution. And we make the spatial reconstruction plan for the next 5 years. Next. And also we make a simulation for the 10-year simulation. Of course, it's quite difficult and not so accuracy because the lot of the parameter and also topography change, sediment volume could be changed. But we need a big picture. The high position people, they need to make a decision based on the information we offer. So even though the simulation may be not so accuracy, but we hope to give some helpful information in a very short time, maybe only several weeks, we offer such kind of result, make the decision maker to make their reconstruction plan. Next. So, like the title of this the workshop, I think is very important. Field mapping and also hazard mapping, and we need to make this risk map, and let the people to know where, what, why, when, and who, and also the how. Even though the result could be not so high accuracy, but big picture is needed in the emergency response. And next, the briefly conclusion is for the large scale landslide, like the geological scale, I mean the depth in the several 10 meter or larger than 100 meter, it's very difficult to predict. So in our SOP in the debris flow or shallow landslide, we're using like predict and prevent, such kind of concept to operate our SOP. But for the large scale landslide or deep sea landslide or the impact like a geological scale, it's very difficult to predict and prevent. So we need to change our strategy, become monitoring and management. So from PMP, predict and prevent, move to MNM, I mean the monitoring and management. So after that, we review the course, the class in the Xiaolin village. And finally, we make the decision. We almost give up to predict when and where will happen. But we can easily, because it's a very high uncertainty, we still do that, but we not only account that. So we need to make some infrastructure checking. I mean, if the landslide or large scale landslide happen in the rainfall like 1,000 millimeter, but in fact, your infrastructure like a bridge or highway or the path to the shelter or safety place will be stopped or be not working before the 1,000 millimeter. I mean, for example, 500 millimeter or 600 millimeter, the people can evacuate to the shelter. So we need to make a decision before our path to the shelter or the lifeline. The decision need to make is not based on the prediction of the landslide, but based on the criteria or limitation of our infrastructure. So finally, the disaster management, the strategy is to make a hazard mapping of our landslide and also the lifeline and decide the criteria we need to move. And next, I think the lesson or we're learning in the Shouting Village also important to Malaysia, because after the climate change, our disaster could be changed. So we need to learn from each other. So I think to make the connection with each other is very important. And next, so we will face to the new scenario or the new type of the disaster in the future. So we need to learn a lot of things, except to the predict and prevent. We also need to develop the monitoring and management in the future. Especially now we have so many the IT, the technical, and to helping the people to learn the disaster. But anyway, I hope you can learn the experience we learned from the Typhoon Morocco in the Shawnee. And hope we can keep our. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Lai. We impressed with your presentation. A short period of time, but you bring us, the memory, what was happening in August 2009 in Taiwan, and how actually even before the typhoon arrived, so you have all the data, scientific base to support the decision-making process. In fact, I just quickly get the economic losses, in fact, reported in Taiwan, 3.3 billion USD. That's a direct economic losses. It's look like 34 years of our economic losses for landslide in Malaysia, compared with your one event. So we, of course, we wish to learn more about that, Dr. Lai, and I believe that, you mentioned about the ASEAN Cloud Project. That's a sediment disaster model. I think Malaysia also involved, beside Taiwan, Japan, and Indonesia, is kind of consortiums to exchange views and perhaps improve our model and increase our understanding to these complex or compound disaster, Dr. Lai. And I like the words that you use, the concept predict and prevent, but it's not a direct ways of using it when we're dealing with deep-seated landslide. It's a remarkable concluding point today. Once again, on behalf of organizer, we would like to thank for your sharing today. And I would like to quickly move to our Malaysian counterpart for your informations and the rest of the international speakers. We have invited 4 different entity or agency who are affiliated directly with debris flow or sediment-related disaster. The first speaker will be from the Department of Mineral and Geoscience, one of the federal agency, but they are responsible for all these geological related hazard, including debris flow and sediment related disaster. So I think Dr. Frederick is ready, and the second presenter, Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman bin Pandi from Slope Engineering Branch, Malaysia Public Work Department. Engineer Abdul Rahman will explain more the story inside from the engineering point of view. So from the geological point of view to the engineering side, and hopefully Dato' Zakaria will come up with some sort of a framework, integrated framework, the way forward for Malaysians to address these sediment-related disaster. And of course, we have Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Dom, Deputy Director of Regional Humid Tropic Hydrology and Water Resources Center for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Department of Irrigation and Drainage, to give us some of the ongoing work that she's involved directly, and some of the mathematical model that leads to the understanding purely quantitatively the complex scenario. So that's pretty much the rest of the sessions today. Once again, I would like to welcome any inputs from the participants. If you have any questions, clarification needed based on the presentation given by the speaker, please use the chat box, the Facebook message, so you can increase the communications and discussions through these digital platforms. So I think Dr. Frederick.
Thank you, Dr. Kamarul. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours. If you can make
What
it a
about
slide.
What about the slides?
Make it a slideshow.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now in the slideshow.
Yes, Dr. Frederick, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kamarul. Good morning to all of the participants. First of all, I would like to give my deep appreciation for the organizer for inviting us to this webinar this morning. Actually, this morning, I just want to share, this is not the technical from our side, just want to share lessons that we learned from some debris flow events in Malaysia, especially in Sabah. I'm aware that there's an ongoing investigation in Yan Jerai. So in this presentation, I will not include that into this presentation. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is my outline of presentation. A brief about introduction, the characteristic of some debris flow events, maybe in Sabah, especially in Sabah, and lesson learned and way forward. Then I concluded my presentation with concluding remark. Okay, just an introduction, very brief introduction. As we know that debris flow are geological phenomena, fast-moving landslide in which water-saturated masses of rock and fragmented rock moving down and maybe destroy all objects in their paths, maybe forming some muddy deposits at the depositional area in the valley floor, and debris maybe includes diverse shapes and sizes of boulders and particles, and maybe contains large of wood debris if the debris flow is originated from the forested regions. And debris flow may strike without warning. That's why normally there's a lot of casualties during this event. Okay, let us start with this. The first one, this is in Keningau area. The event is happened in 1996. I think there's a lot of events, debris flow happening in 1996. One is in Malaysia in Pos Tipang, and another one is I saw from the previous presentation. There's one in Taiwan also. So this is actually happened in Keningau. Keningau is in town is in the interior of Sabah, and the unique about this debris flow is this was happened in small knee-depth river, Pampang River of Keningau area, but the the damage it caused is very large. It caused about about more than 227 casualties, and it caused more than 130 million ringgit in losses. So as you can see here, this is the Pampang River, a very small river, very shallow. And this is during the event. So you can see there's a lot of, flooding, and it also damages these bridges, and the impact downstream is quite huge. And unfortunately, there is no detailed study on this phenomena during that time that it happened in 1996. And what we recall is this is maybe due caused by a heavy tropical storm during the time. That is a Greg. There's a very heavy rainfall during the time, and maybe due at the upstream, the geomorphology or the topography of the area is conducive to to landslides, and maybe there's some blockage channel accumulate during the time, and eventually it's bridge and collapse, and the debris flow happen. So this is it. And the second one is a very small, debris flow area that is happen in Tongod Kinabatangan area. So this is the area. So it's about less than 1 kilometer from the source to the divisional area, but it caused 7 casualties, and also 7 casualties, and damages some houses, some laborers' houses at the downstream area. Actually, this is in the estate area. So this event is happened in 2017, also on very shallow, knee-depth tributary river of the Tongod River. As you can see here, this is the main river, and this one tributary river here, and this is the house, the estate house for the laborers. And unfortunately, they constructed the houses on the divisional area. So this is the impact area. As you can see here, this is the widened stream during the event. I'm discovering along the river, and the source is actually from the thick desert material from the upstream. And maybe from our observation, we know that the cause of this temporary dam is from this temporary rock bridge that is blocking all the sediments from the river, from the upstream, and eventually it was collapsed. And normally this bridge is very, very ordinary or very ordinary in estate area. So this is it. And this is the impact area, divisional area, and you can see this is the debris from the houses. Actually, this is a very flat area, and you can see there's no big river here. There's no only a small river, but the impact is quite huge. Okay, the next one is the post-earthquake debris flow that is happened in Ranau area. Okay, this is happening in 2015 after the main earthquake in Mount Kinabalu area. So this is the epicenter, and the red side is actually the aftershock after the main shock. And during this earthquake, there's a huge landslide in this area. So it's affected about 1,500 hectares of the Mount Kinabalu area affected by landslide. And this is based on study by the Natural Disaster Research Center by UMS. And this became a source for the debris flow material to the downstream area. And you can see here, this is the intense landslide area in Mount Kinabalu area. You can see a lot of landslides, a lot of rock falls, scraping the slopes, and scraping the vegetation on the slopes that eventually became the source of the material, debris flow materials downstream. Okay, in this area, so this is, I can divide this into two parts. One is in Mesilo area, and another part is in Kadamayan tributaries river area. So for your information, the mechanism in these two parts is quite different, because in Mesilo area, there's a block, the Brook River here, and the Brook River eventually breached and collapsed, and resulted in debris flow. However, in this area, in Kadamayan and Kadamayan tributaries river area, there is no dam here. There's no temporary dam, but only the flooding that bring along all the material, all the scrap from the mountain, and it was sedimented along this river. So let's go to the Mesilo River. So this is the Mesilo River area. As you can see here, this is the landslide area, and this is a dam river. And based on the study by Natural Disasters Research Center by UMS, the dam river is about 80 meters long and 40 meters wide, and block the river upstream. And eventually this is blocked and is covered by water of about 5 hectares. Okay, and actually, for a few weeks after the earthquake, the dam was breached and collapsed, and it washed out all the elemental trees along the river. The first one is the chalet, one chalet here at the Mesilo Natural Reserve, and also the guard house, and also tree barely reached here. And actually, this bridge also giving some like momentum, to give the momentum some of the debris flow. So because the bridge is quite small, and when the debris is reach at the bridge, actually the bridge is the momentum is getting bigger, stronger, and it's washed the bridge. And also after it reached this bridge, the second bridge, the momentum is getting bigger again, and it's after that it's bridge again, and it's washing all the bridge, and the moment is scoring, eroding all these the river bank. And as you can see here, this is the effect of the scouring, the erosion from the debris slide. So from the small river, it became very big, tens of meters, become only meters small size, became a very tens of meter size, and with the meters depth to become a tens of deeper depth. So this is an impact, very big impact of the debris flow. And also houses along the river was collapsed. The river bank was collapsed and affecting some houses. Maybe 1 or 2 houses was affected during the time. But fortunately, during this time, there's no casualties, because people are aware of this event because of the recent earthquake events during the time. And it's not only affected eroding the riverbank and scouring the riverbank, but it also bring along all the scraps, all the woods, and affecting the domestic water intake for the people in this area. So this is the all the debris flow, all the debris, log debris from the upstream, and it was actually deposited. I mean, it was accumulated at the water intake point at this point, and it took about several weeks to clear all these logs. Yeah. And okay, we go to the next one. This is just flooding, just a debris flow without any blockage along the river. So as we can see here, so this is the depositional area along the river. So some roads are inundated or collapsed, some hanging bridge are washed away, and some primary schools are inundated, and some houses are also inundated, especially along this river. And you can see the river. This is the main river, and you can see the enlarged. The river have been enlarged, so that's the size because of the depositional area. And now we have problems with all these materials that was deposited here. So this is two villages that was affected during the event. That is in Kampung Kiau. You can see a lot of sediments and also erosion along this river. And also in Kampung Malakap, you can see a lot of debris, a lot of boulders. Some of the houses along this river have been washed away. Okay, what we have learned about this events, actually the impact of debris flow is not only on monetary losses, but also on casualties, especially on human life, maybe infrastructure damages, and also permanently changes the landscape along the river and disturb the aquatic habitat, domestic water resources, sedimentation that leads to frequent flooding at the downstream area. This is happened in the downstream area in Kota area. This is when there's a rain, and there's a frequent flooding until up to now. And what we learned is small and narrow shallow river should not be considered a low risk for debris flow or neglected during the irrigation, because from this event we show that small, narrow, shallow river is also a very high risk, especially for those who are residing along this river. And from the event also we need the necessity to further investigate and characterize debris sources, like in Mount Kinabalu area, maybe to characterize the catchment area, predict the debris flow system and the mechanism by the interagency working group. So this is not just for certain agencies, but this is a multi-agencies roles. Okay, so the other one is necessity to formulate the regulation and policy on development in debris flow prone areas, maybe especially regarding to the buffer zone along the river area, and maybe the depositional area, especially in the small and shallow river area. And actually to necessity to disseminate information on debris flow and hazard risk area, maybe through public education, and also through awareness program. Okay, and lastly is to monitor the status of landslide to determine the potential debris flow through periodic aerial survey and ground survey. This is maybe after and some events, something like earthquake event. Okay, so then to conclude my presentation, so we in the Department of Mineral Science is committed to collaborate with other government and professional agencies, higher learning institution, maybe to characterize, understand, and to reduce the debris flow and risk, and based on our jurisdiction. And I would like to conclude my presentation with this photo. This is our collaboration with UTM and some Japanese counterparts to characterize the source in the Mount Kinabalu area. So I think that's all, Dr. Kamarul. Thank you for your kind. Thank you for the kind attention.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much once again. Terima kasih Dr. Frederick from Department of Mineral and Geoscience Sabah. And we appreciate your time today on Sunday morning to be with us and share some series of sediment-related disaster in the past, particularly the one that you mentioned, induced by typhoon in 1996 in Keningau, and second one by the earthquake induced, Dr. Frederick. And in fact, the photos remind me our scientific expedition in the Mount of Kinabalu, the first World Heritage Site of Malaysia. So thank you, Dr. Frederick, for your time. And I would like to pick it up some of the few remarks from Dr. Frederick about the interagency. I think it's a perfect time today, since the second speaker from Malaysia, Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman bin Pandi, Director of Slope Drilling Branch of Public Work Departments, when we are talking about the landslide slope failure in Malaysia, they are the lead agency, particularly dealing with the critical infrastructure, and also coordinating the implementation of national slope master plan 2009-2023. So I think we would like to invite the second speaker from Malaysia, Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman bin Pandi, to deliver his speech. Engineer?
Yes. Okay,
yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Make it a slideshow, Ji, kalau
slideshow. Share screen. Sorry.
It's okay. Ada kalau slideshow.
Di belakang. Okay. Apa tu ni? Volume.
All right. Engineer, floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me in this webinar, distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, and participants. Good afternoons. Today I'm here to talk about post-Dipang debris flow, which occurred in 1996. My presentation is structured as shown in the slide. Okay. So I will talk about site introduction, sensor location, specs and figures, rescue operations, mitigation measures and current photo, risk management policy and guidelines, monitoring system, early warning system, and integrated slope management system, and GIS applications, public awareness and conclusions. Okay, here shows the geographic locations of the incidents post-Dipang, Kampar Perak. This picture was extracted from Google Earth Maps on 2021, 25 years back from the dates of incidents. The location of incident is somewhere here post-Dipang. This is North South Expressway, and the initiations of start from somewhere from here. So this is the photo. You can see on the 28th August 1996, all the settlement area was affected. This is 10 September 1996, a few days after incidents. So facts and figures. From the information we found that date of occurrence on 28 August 1996, rainfall began 12 noon on the same day. Time of incidents about 6 p.m. of the same day. Location post-Dipang, Kampar Perak, and number of houses 60 houses. Number of populations 1,500 people, and race Aborigines And casualty about 44 people and 5 missing. Incident occurrence, and this is the area of the incidents post the Pangkampa. This is the point of initiation. Cameron Highlands is about 15 to 16 kilometer from the settlement area. Okay, this is the incidents, prolonged rains and then falling of trees and debris, and prolonged rains, founding and temporary dam, and big catchment area, and then this is settlement area. So this is the cross sections of the river, Dipang River, where the debris flow start from somewhere here, and then the settlement area here. Flow distance of debris from point initiation is about 15 kilometers, and different in elevation is 1 kilometer. This is a 3D view of drainage and network from Cameron Highland to Post Dipang. You can see here from here the network flow to the settlement area. This is Post Dipang's settlement area, the affected area. Okay, we can see the flow here. So aku nak cakap di depan ini. Okay, for rescue team, about 400 people were deployed. Rescue mission was stopped after 13 days of the incidents, and 39 body found and 5 missing. So a main triggering factor because of weather, prolonged and heavy rain. Okay. And then from DID, Department of Drainage Irrigation, study the main triggering factor that caused the debris flow, among others, because of the weather, prolonged heavy rains. And then other cause of the factor is topography and geology. So for prolonged rain, reading of average monthly rainfall during the months of incidents had doubled up since a few years back, and since had developed moisture content in the ground, thus reducing the resisting force of the earth and greatly influence the stability of the sloping ground, especially on the steep area. From the tables, you can see that the average monthly rainfalls for August 93, 137 millimeter, and August 94, 197, August 95, 281 millimeter, and August 96, 460 millimeter rainfalls. Okay, and then for topography, steep slope failure near the small rivers Sungai Pusat, the downstream increase the river deposition and turbidity. After some time, the deposition blocked the waterway and increased the water levels of the river, thus increased the pressure and erodibility activity at the river bank. Some trees were uprooted and fell into the river. Some of the trees formed a few temporary dams, and one of the big dam was found 200 meters away from the settlement of the Aborigines peoples. With the prolonged rains, the pressure at the dam increased over time. This temporary dam can no longer be able to resist the increasing pressure. At some point, this dam burst and created a mud flow which carried an abundance of debris, including trees, trunks, and some went overflow to the river banks and hit the settlement, the house, and whatever that come through it. The geologist factor, mainly due to the viability of adverse discontinuities present at the hill slope, which were weakened by the prolonged heavy rain, and over time moved the boulders and trees along the hillside into the river. the formations of this area, mainly granite with granodiorite and interbedded sandstone. This is somewhere the area. This is granite, and then this is sandstone. So mitigation measures and approach. So by resettling the people to a new area which is not far away from the riverbank but is safe and sound from natural disaster. The government built 50 new houses on the land of 105 hectares. To date, no mishap were reported, and since then, the welfare and safety of the people were looked after by a dedicated government agency for the Aboriginal peoples, JHUOA. This is a current photo. You can see here some current photo of post-Dipang waterfall activity, corporate social responsibility by private company, individuals to the Aboriginal peoples. And as example, shampoo their hair, eco-tourism, and cool weather of the settlements. So I will talk about slope engineering branch, JKR, was formed 2004 after the infamous incidents of rock flow fall Bukit Lanjan, North South Expressway. Among the tasks and work carried out by CKC, slope engineering branch, to solve slope problems and issues so far are establishment of National Slope Master Plan, SSTP, goal of NSTP, objective of National Slope Master Plan, and then other thing, road slope hazard mapping and monitoring system, public awareness, etc. And then formation of interagency department to tackle slope problem. Establishment of National Slope Master Plan. A background of National Slope Master Plan 2003, 6 November, Cabinet instruct to form slope department at JKR after Bukit Lanjan incidents, and 204, 2nd February, formation of CKC, and 26 May, implementations of National Slope Master Plan. 2009, 14 January, National Slope Master Plan completed and informed to Cabinet. 12 August, the same year, National Slope Master Plan was approved. And then 2016, review of National Slope Master Plan. The goal of National Slope Master Plan to reduce risks and losses due to landslide, to establish an overall effective national framework policy, strategy, and action plan on the slope issues. So objective number 1, to establish a policy and framework toward reducing the risks and losses due to landslide events. Second, to develop an inventarize hazard and risk mapping information system, to establish an effective system of sharing landslide information, to develop a prevention plan of landslide, and then to develop guideline and training program. Then last, to increase the understanding on landslide mechanism. Number 1, to establish a policy and framework toward reducing risks and losses due to landslide. Under the Act of Roads, Drainage and Building 1974, Act 133, Section 85A. So the Act was amended for building more than 5-story and age greater than 10 years are required to be checked by professional engineer in order to ensure the stability of the slope and the buildings. And then the other thing, any development, any infrastructure development involving a slope are required to be checked by qualified independent checker. That one for slopes are higher than 10 meters and gradient more than 25 degrees. So to develop and inventarize hazard and risk mapping information system, so slope engineering branch develop a system, SMART, integrated slope management system. That system we have in a slope inventory, slope maintenance, hazard and risk, and then a map viewer. And then All together, we have inventorized slope along soil slopes and rock slopes along federal roads to 26,791. We have inventorized. This one to establish an effective system for sharing landslide information. We have mapped here landslide map. This map showing the locations of landslide occurrence. It is being inventorized so that we have to have the geodatabase and the incidents. This is very good because we can easily retrieve when necessary. Also, to develop a prevention plan on landslide, CKC, JKR, we have installed a few instrumentations. For example, we have rain gauge, robotic total station, global navigation satellite systems. We can monitor movement, especially at the locations where FT 185 section 44 Sepang Pulai lodging, where we have a robotic total station. Any significant movement, we can alert public and also district engineer and local authority. To develop guideline and training programs, and we have guidelines, for example, design guideline, maintenance guideline, also a report for quantitative risk assessment and rock slope report and others. So to increase the understanding on landslide mechanism, public awareness, publicity and training, we develop coordinates and conduct training module for relevant stakeholders. We build and maintain public awareness capabilities of implementing agencies, and then conduct public awareness program based on user need and requirements. This is some of the activities, exhibitions, 4 times a year, and then printing medium, and then newspaper in various language, e-media, television and Twitter, and road tour, visit to school, governments, agency, and then poster and pamphlet distribution to JK District, Institute of Higher Learning and schools. Establishments of interagency department to tackle slope issues, ICSM. So far, we conducted 13 meetings. So every year we have meetings. Besides this, we establish ICSM to tackle slope problems, to exchange idea, and then to discuss the action plan that needed to be implemented. This is some achievements based on the master plan. You can see from tables here, development inventory and maps, and we have achieved. And then develop standard, set up infrastructure, set up slope interest group. That is ICSM. So we monitor closely. It's very important to make sure that the plan we can achieve. So as conclusion, for I've divided 2 groups. One major task: how to handle the huge amounts of bad load deposition in the river, etc. How to map accurately potential debris flow area in relation with logging activities, unpredictable weather condition due to climate change, run out distance of depositions and other man-made activities. And then critical success factor, profound knowledge of ongoing process, sophisticated early warning system, and then and then vast and sophisticated early warning system, role, task, responsibility for affected element clearly defined, infrastructure owners and authorities, etc. Land use planning for entire village resettlements at early stage. Okay, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Thank you once again, Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman Pandey, Director of CKC JKR, for remarkable presentation. Given the limited time, on behalf of organizer, we like to apologize once again to engineer and the director, because despite your busy schedule, handling this, what happening in Jan, visiting the area, but still you managed to be with us today. Thank you once again, engineer, and hopefully we can discuss later on about how we can empower this interagency committee on slope management. Of course, debris flow or sediment-related disaster is one of them, and given the fact that you will be ending soon, I mean 2023, hopefully next year 2022 is going to be busy for CKC GKR to formulate a so-called post national slope master plan, at least to support and promote this Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2030. Once again, on behalf of organizer, I would like to thanks to engineer. I would like to move quickly since we are running out of time. We still have two more presenter. Imbaga Datuk Zakaria, Chairman of Board of Geology. He's also a perfect candidate today to bring some of the issues from the different perspective. As a former director of JMG Selangor, leading some of the landslide forensic in the past, but also working hardly with the professional practitioner in the field. Dato', I hope that the organizer will share the screen. Perfect, we can see it. And yes, I think Imbaga Dato'.
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all honorable speaker and all the participants. And organizer for inviting me to share some thought about this very important topic. I am a research fellow at the Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, MGIT UTM. I am currently a chairman of Board of Geologists. The Board of Geology was established in the year 2014 after Malaysian Cabinet approved the Geologists Act 2008. The Geologists Act empowered the Board of Geology to regulate professional practice of geology. Since 2015, I was a member of Board of Study, Master Degree in Disaster Risk Management offered by the PCM MGIT UTM. At this MDRM program, I have opportunity to interact and meet with many MDRN alumni who come from different backgrounds and from different stakeholders. My topic presented today is a landslide hazards and risk management Malaysia, learning from the past and current scenario for better understanding the future risks. My talk will touch a bit about raw knowledge in DRM, initiative to reduce risk, then talk about current practice matter related to landslide investigation and risk assessment. And lastly, based on that experience, I will reflect about how difficult opportunity to better manage sediment-related disaster in Malaysia. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So first, I'll be reminded about Sendai framework priority for actions. Action number 1, understanding disaster risk related to any type of hazards. And action number 2, strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk. And action number 3, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience. And lastly is action number 4, enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Next slide, please. Priority number 1 relate to issue of knowledge, listing about 23 requirements. They are directly or indirectly linked to information and knowledge. We should promote improve dialogue and cooperation among scientific and technological community, or cooperation among research institutions and private sector. Scientific and technology community should collaborate with other relevant stakeholders and policymakers in order to facilitate assign policy interface for reflective decision-making in disaster risk management. An effective implementation of this advice, however, require certain understanding of knowledge production process. That's very important. The slide shows the process. And they understand the existence of different type of knowledge and any factor hindering the transfer or use of the knowledge or information. Both parties, scientific and technological community as a service provider for knowledge and relevance the other who act as decision making in DRM require a certain understanding of knowledge production processes and different type of knowledge and information required to manage risk. There is no shortcut for manufacturing information and knowledge, which is based on certain standard of practice. It must be a continuous process and no ending for building knowledge. Next slide, please. So the role of knowledge in industrial risk management as described just now in the graph. Systematic research on DRR research knowledge system will advance our systematic understanding disaster risk and also provide important insight into the role of knowledge in DRR. Fact, data, and information deal with the past, whereas knowledge deal with the present. But when we gain through analysis of data and information, coupled with knowledge, we add more spice or start dealing with the future. Therefore, readily and timely available data, information, and knowledge, then we can better understand about the future risk. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the research on earthquake or volcanic eruption, tsunami, for instance, landslide, subsidence. Also request comprehensive survey of multi-disaster risk, regional assessment and map, enhanced assay and support for long-term multi-hazard research. Protein number 2, geoscience information informed law, regulation, and policy tools. For example, understanding of ground condition is necessary into the building code. Protein number 2 also emphasize the development of strategy to strengthen environmental resilience, environmental and disaster-prone area. Next slide, please. Priority number 3, resilience enhanced through investment in both structure and non-structure measures. For example, retrofitting critical infrastructure to the effect of the earthquakes and ensure coherence of the DRR and urban development strategy, non-structure approach. Also very important. Priority number 3 seek to mainstream disaster risk management assessment into land use policy development and implementation. It will also encourage cooperation between scientific network and private sector to develop new product services to produce risk information. Next slide. Slide 9 shows published papers on landslide disaster in Malaysia. 13 journals published 37 articles on landslide disaster in Malaysia. This publication based on last 10 years publication. 1 journal published 6 articles, 2 journal published 4, and 3 journal published 3, and 7 journal published 2 articles. In the area of fundamental research, about 70 papers. Research on casual factor identification, about 2 papers. And landslide triggering factor investigation, 3 papers. And effect of landslide disaster analysis, 1 paper. And landslide mitigation management and resilient development research, about 5 papers. And landslide disaster preparedness research, 7 papers. And response to current landslide, about 2 papers. That reflect all the component of disaster management already in place, and research cover the whole topic. But there's a lot need to be done. Most of those 50% papers on fundamental research category include landslide dynamic, mechanism and process, geology, geomorphology, geotechnical, and geophysical landslide. A lot of work still need to be done for the understanding of Malaysian landslide mechanism. There is a lack of knowledge in the area of fundamental research regarding debris flow initiation and transportation process. The mechanism of mass change is important topic in the flow, rock avalanche and sliding of earth. Landslide triggering factor or causal factor are preparatory factors and triggering factors. Heavy rainfall and earthquakes shaking a triggering factor create instantaneous change in slope behavior, resulting in movement. Geological condition, geomorphological condition, climate change, past seismic activity of land use change or man-made factor are the main factor which are called preparatory factor which can cause landslide or debris flow. Most of the published papers study landslide along the road and near residential area, or in other words, accessible slope. Therefore, the conclusion is predictable that is most of the landslide that cause most damage in Malaysia occur in man-made slope. There are limited researches or report about landslide on natural terrain, such as landslide in source area, a few hundred meter or kilometer upstream that cause debris flow. Normally, this area covered by forested area under different jurisdictions, so under local authority. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The initiative to reduce landslide risk. One for the last 10 years, especially 5 years, is very significant. First one, establishment of NECMA as a national focus point for coordination and implementation of Sender framework prioritization for disaster risk. This is a very bold decision by the government. The second, National Slope Master Plan, 2009-2020 by Public Works Department. This is a very important document. And also setting up Intergovernment Committee for Slope Management. But then the members, most of them is from the government agency. Maybe this committee also should include research members from research institutions and also private sector. And empowering DRR in land use planning, plan Malaysia, they are very far running on this because Hillgood framework emphasized empowering DRR in land use planning 20 years ago. And also project Pemetaan Peta Bahaya and Risiko Cerung by JMG. We learned a lot about the landslide in Malaysia. Based on this knowledge, maybe or this knowledge or experience, we can transfer this experience for debris flow study maybe. Cabinet also approved Geologists Act and Establishment Board of Geology. These all professionals related to disaster management are regulated professionals. One is very important I would like to emphasize in international initiative. Setting up Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, Malaysia, Japan Institute of Technology, Innovation and Technology, UTM, with international support from JICA office and 40 university consortium from Japan and partners. This is very significant because this program and also offer master degree in disaster risk management, which is produce a future managers. Okay, the next one. The slide show landslide investigation as a risk assessment. Just as a simple example. This slide shows LiDAR digital terrain model interpretation and specific topographic features such as sudden topographic drop, a small rounded relief ground able to map all landslide scar, all debris or colluvial deposit, or transported debris from past events that may covered by vegetation. The area demand for detailed site visits such as field survey, geomorphological survey. This kind of activity has become very routine survey provided by SME company with specialized expertise. Slide number 13, please. Example, routine field geophysical survey in which become very handy but able to determine loose soil or border or water bearing zone. This survey is provided by SME geological and geotechnical based company. This is also very handy. Next slide, please. Shows a landslide cultural factor map prepared by team or geospatial specialists. So, next slide, please. And the slides, next slide show example of potential geohazard maps of product of LiDAR data interpretation, site investigation, geohazard analysis. All work process need to follow in order to transfer fact, data, and information and body knowledge as a route to better understanding of risk. Next slide, please. This next slide, please. This summarizes knowledge process to understand current and future. That's an example of the hazard map. being carried out along the highways during the before and during the construction, meaning that we reduce risk from the beginning, not after the completion of the project. Okay, next slide, please. So this is Malaysian. Now we are used to this term, risk, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. That's a good. Next slide, please. So I look at our understanding. A main component of this landslide risk management that include many components, knowledge process such as hazard identification, consequence analysis, frequent analysis, risk treatment option, mitigation measure, and required mitigation plan, monitoring and review. Next, please. This is a summarize the component of knowledge we need to know in order to understand disaster risk management for landslide. Next slide, please. Show example type of landslide hazard. There is a rock fall, rock slide, earth slide, and earth flow or debris flow. Each type of landslide hazard gives a different impact to element at risk, just such as house, road, border, and also socioeconomic and environmental risks. Next slide, please. So this is a schematic diagram show the element risk. Okay, next. Next, please. We are familiar with what is a debris flow now. So difficulty and opportunity for better managed landslide related in Malaysia. Now, next slide, please. There is an example of debris flow disaster related disaster in Malaysia, already mentioned by Dr. Frederick. And next, please. The past events should be documented and shared with the researcher or private sector. So used for research and provide innovation and proof for solution. So this is one example. 2001 debris flow in Gunung Pelajo that killed people and destroyed few houses. I led the GMD investigation team at that time. More than 30 landslides occur on the forested natural terrain of various sites recorded during the field survey. At that time, there is no LiDAR, no drone technology yet available. It's not like that now. We have all those technology. So in order to do the survey, it's much easier. Okay, next. Next, please. If we remember in year 2017, Typhoon Dozuki and Danre in Penang on 15 September and 4 November 2017, Typhoon Dozuki and Typhoon Danre hit Penang Island, caused mud flow and muddy flood in Penang Island. Student by MDRI and DPC master degree study, and there are 114 landslide even occur on 30-meter high slope along 6-kilometer road along Jalan Tonsado, just a 6 kilometer. But luckily, those cases at the foot slope. But if this event is happening in the forested area for a few kilometers upslope, they're sure there's a very big consequence. However, if the event is happening in the forest area, a few kilometers upslope, there is no serious effort to ascend the slope until it becomes major disaster or debris flow disaster. Next slide, please. This is what's happening in the last few weeks in Gunung Jura. There is a 7 basin need to be studied in detail. There's a based on 20-meter resolution image. Gunung Jura is a geologically complex intrusive igneous battery, inclusive by various types of lithology, mineralization, and geological structure. This geological structure contribute to the drainage pattern and preparatory factor in Gunung Jera, as shown in that drainage pattern controlled by negative element. Different type lithology assume different strength of the material, which is one of the contributing factor of topography, as in this case with Gunung Jera. Complexity of topography is due to the complexity of lithology and tectonic activity. This is contribute to the numbers of localized landslide as evident with general topography, especially landslide which locate along the river channel. This landslide is source of debris material which suspended on the riverbed. Next slide. So those we recommend this area need to be studied. After came back from Taiwan 2 years ago, we in fact 20 people or group of professionals went to Taiwan for specific training with Chinko University. So then we proposed initial working framework for sediment-related disaster management to answer question of where we need mapping potential debris flow torrent and analyzing regional susceptibility zone or debris flow. And to answer how vulnerable the community, then we need to do inventory possible affected zone, communities, and element risk. To answer question when, then we need to look at the when to respond. Then we need to look at the monitoring system, rainfall threshold, trend analysis, early warning system, and so on. So with that, my recommendation is, in Malaysia, this type of disaster is largely divided by different mandates of agency to address the multi-phase hazard from the geological and geomorphological control source area upstream, transportation zone on mid-slope stream, and low-lying deposition zone of affected area, which typically travel from the mountainous, hilly forested area to highly populated area, often overlooked in landslide hazard risk assessment. The source of debris flow area involve forest reserve, national park, and agriculture area, which have multiple stakeholders. The area is outside a municipal caretaker or slope management. Therefore, sediment-related or debris flow-related disaster risk reduction require a new policy strategic plan of action and mechanism of implementation, monitoring, and review program. And we propose investment in managing debris flow disaster reduction from identifying debris flow risk area, investing in early warning system and risk mitigation, and embed community resilience. Thank you very much, Dr. Kumaro.
Thank you very much, Mbaga Datuk Zakaria, for the outstanding presentation. I believe, it's like a historical journey of Datuk Zakaria being one of the forensic team in Gunung Jera, in many part of disaster area in Malaysia, and come up with this so-called integrated framework, Datuk, as a result of our training in Taiwan. So we actually UTM, SEGRM, and some other agency from NADMA, JMG, JPS, ICRAM, UMS, UKM. We went to Taiwan and learned from our colleague from Cheng Kung University, and we formulate the integrated framework as presented by Datuk Zakaria just now. And in fact, we presented to Director General of NADMA, the former DG, on July 2019. So hopefully we can speed up the process to translate some of the policy into action. But let's move to the last presenter. I think we keep it the best for the last. I wish Engineer Dr. Nurlida, waiting like more than 3 hours to deliver her speech. I think I don't want to stop her motivation. So I think without further ado, I would like to invite Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Dom, Deputy Director of UNESCO, Head of Coordination, Regional Humid Tropics for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Also a senior officer at a Department of Irrigation and Drainage. So without further ado, Engineer Dr. Nurlida, the floor is yours. Yeah, if you can make
Dr.
it
Kamaru.
slideshow. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, slideshow. Oh, I thought I was outside.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamaru, for inviting me for this special webinar. Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in the commemorating of the 29th August 1996 Post-Defense Strategy, I would like to bring you to different topics, whereby today I'll be presenting on the title, The Mathematical and Conceptual Models for the Mudflat. I introduced myself. I was involving with the flood disasters ever since 1993. And in 1993, there was a first major landslide or debris flow somewhere nearby Pampang area. So from there, I was involving with the forensic studies headed by the Slope Branch GKR in 1993. This is my presentation layout, where I'll bring you the concept of the mathematical and conceptual models, historical of the records, and then I go to all different analysis from 3 to 4, and then after that, conclusions of this presentation. So for the rest of the experts, this is maybe your review during this weekend day. Let's go to understand what is a mathematical model that we have usually. So it is a kind of model that use a language that can take many forms of, including but not limited to dynamic systems. If you can see here, there is an example of this weightage factor of the half-life period. And also you can have the mathematical model by having a simple y is equal to mx plus c on the slope. So the example of this mathematical model for a mudflat can be from a stage correlation, that is macro that I'm having currently, and linear transfer functions for our previous flat model. So what is the example of the common use of this mathematical model? So you can see from this slide, we can predict the weather forecast, flood, the global warming, the typhoon, as the kinetic and dynamic tropical cyclone. And last but not least, the examples is on the urban islands. All right, let me bring you to this another model, whereby this model we have the concept of conceptual model, whereby we can see all these runoff reservoir, soil storage reservoir, and groundwater storage reservoir. So this is a schematic diagram where it presents all these 3 reservoirs that calculated as a soil water index that will indicate the possibility of the hazard always by using forecasting and post-event analysis such as erosion that we can see at the end of my slides, debris flow, mud floods, or landslides. So the processes can be represented as in above graphics. So this is what it presents on these 3 storages that you can have different calculations is coming from precipitation and then infiltrate to our soil and then finally go to the ground, subsurface flow, and finally goes to the river. Okay, this is what we understand on the conceptual model, whereby this conceptual model usually it will model the actual physical process and that derive the water cycle. So we can see this is a kind of schematic diagram that we can have from a precipitation from the sky, and then it infiltrate to the storage reservoir, and then it infiltrate and then sink to the soil, can become on the surface runoff, and maybe some of them will become a shallow runoff, and then finally groundwater. So this is the perception model where it requires a large data, collect and collate. And if you can see through this tank system, you can see how we divide it into different zones and lower zone, and finally go to base flow and subsurface. This is another example of this conceptual model where current on-shelf software, we do have Mike, Swim, Sacramento, InfoWorks, and 10. So those are the conceptual model that we have on shelf. All right, let's go to the historical records. I do have some of the landslides events related to major slope failures. Not all are in here. So we can see the first that triggered the slope branch in JKR back in 11 December 1993, where we have to analyze and help in this forensic task force for the Highland Tower Bukit Antarabangsa. So you can see those are the casualties. And some of the model that we can analyze using the mathematical model, where we can identify whether it is due to slope failure or they are induced by the runoff or the prolonged rainfall. So this is one of the example that we can use in mathematical model that prove that it was not due to prolonged rainfall, but it's due to the slope failure. All right, let me bring you how do we use in the ID to analyze the data on the mudflat analysis, whereby this event usually when the rain goes into the river. So usually we do have the analysis by having the hourly rainfall data, and then at that event we can refer to the written period of a certain amount or duration. So this is the duration and this is the intensity. And next, we also doing analysis by having the cumulative rainfall, where you can see if, let's say, this is the day and this is the rain, and if, let's say, this is the average rain that you have throughout the years, and you can see if that's the event that you are analyzing, you can see the differences within this period of time. So usually we do collect it and collect the data for the 30 days data in hourly data. And this is how we can see the next example, and this is a histogram that we do usually use as our priority or our main rainfall station in the ID for KL area. And this is another analysis that we showed you on this analysis by having total rain exceeded, whereby if, let's say, the event is in May, and then we will analyze some sort of from the January data for the 30 days data, and we just rank them, and we can see what was the total rain exceeded, and also like this is the monthly average value for the total station. So this is the one that I told you just now through the table that I showed you, whereby this is one of the state for Bukit Antarabangsa on 6 December 2008, whereby the mathematical methods prove and show that it didn't cross this critical line. And this is the warning line and indication line that we do have in the debris and mud flow using the half-life period, a mathematical model that is a physics model. And you can see this is the event that occurred and not occurred. So this required more intensive explanation time to time for you to understand, because you can't really read the rainfall and the hour rainfall. All right, this is an example that I do for the concession model on the mud flood analysis in Cameron Highland. I do have two examples here. So the first one will be the event at Brooktown Valley on 22nd October back in 2013, where the event occurred at Brooktown Valley. We used two stations nearby, where you can see Mardi, about 6.7 kilometer, and Gunung Berincang, about 12 kilometers. So we don't have more rainfall stations here. So this is the nearest stations that I analyzed and with a partner, and you can see that through this conceptual model, by using the soil water index, we can see that the soil water index really can show you when the event occurred, where the flash flood occurred around 1 p.m. So this is a sample, and another one, the event that we had back in 2016 on 29th May for the collateral. We also used the nearest station. So this is a collateral, and we do have Gunung Berincang. So this is the upper north of Gunung Berincang. Just now it was the southern of these rainfall stations. So the distances are shown here, 9.2 kilometers apart from Mardi and Gunung Berincang of 4.9. And what we can show here, that the soil water index that we calculated for this flash flood occurred at this collateral, it shows that the soil water index at the time that occurred at the event, it shows the highest peak, which is 107 millimeter. All right, let me bring you to the current event, not the current event, it's the past event back in 18 August 2021, last 2 weeks or last week. This is how I derived the soil water index using the conceptual model. It represents the soil water, the soil water in the soil. And you can see this is the y-axis on the hourly rainfall millimeter per hour, and the x-axis, this is an hourly rain data. So from this axis, it shows 30 days data, whereby the data is an hourly data. And this is the histogram of the rain event at every time within that 30 days period. And you can see this is the highest rainfall millimeter per hour, which was 80 millimeter per hour. And through that soil water index calculation based on my graph analysis, based on telemetry data that you can have freely access. This is the data that you can plot and put in your formula on the soil water index formula. And this is how it reacts from zero rainfall when you have rain occasion, and as the rain intense and increase through hourly, the soil water index also will increase its value in millimeters. And you can see here the soil water index on 31st July 2021, it reached a peak about 50 mm. And as the rain falls and the soil water index, you can as the rain increase, and you can do the analysis and add to your equation, and you can have a continuous event on the soil water index value And if you see at the on the 10th of August 2021 at 12, this is the highest peak that you do have in October on the 10th, and the soil water index was about 70. So this is the analysis that you can see. It on 10th of August, it is already reaching 70 and for the soil water index, and that was the same value that usually you can see at the Cameron Highland. And after that, the rain just after that we have the prolonged rain this time, and you can see that on this 16th of August at 6 p.m. the soil water index reached 118. It is too accurate for me to put up this value. Sorry about that. That's generated from this calculation, and it was about 120. You can see this is on the 16th of August. It's already reached at 120. August 120. Depends on the analysis. And there's not much range, but within 48 hours, you can see there's an increment in data, and it goes back to this 120. And as everybody knows, through the reported, through this local reported news that we heard that the mud flood occurred at 3 p.m. and some of them said 3:30 p.m. So I believe this is the period where the debris or mud flood occurs already at this Gunung Jerai, and but the rain persistently increased, and more rain at this 5 p.m. on the 18th August. You can see about 8 and data of the rain, and the soil water index reached about 240. This is if we calculated through this soil water index parameters based on the assumption values that I have in my calculators. So this is what happened to this Gunung Jerai for my pre-assessment our drop analysis on the Gunung Jerai, that we are looking on the river mud flood. So this is what you can see through this graph on this assessment. And you can see this is another cumulative rain that I plotted for this rain event that we had on this Gunung Jerai area. So this is the exact, not exact I can say, but there's something, the value is something over there. This is the indicator where for the future forecast or warning that we can have for mud flood using the mathematical from the half-life period plus the soil water index that we can add in our existing model. All right. This is the conclusion that I can say on the today's presentation, whereby we can use the mathematical and conceptual model. It's just to help us to understand for the conceptual model, this is the reservoir that we have in the soil, and the mathematical model is just on the sky that we calculated. But the conceptual model helps us to include some of the soil parameters that we're able to represent the reservoirs, maybe 3 to 4 reservoirs that he represents for our model. So this both mathematical model can be is able to predict the relative amount of the saltwater content on the slope. So if this saltwater index exceeds the value as a relative capacity, so we may say that events will occur. That's subject to our data. Right, the saltwater index conceptual model shows the relative capacity of the water retentions on slopes. That shows the value, the occurrence of events such as mudfloods. We only see on the mudfloods, but not the landslides. So basically, this is a natural phenomenon that we are looking at. So based on the result from my rough estimation of the SWI parameters, you can see that the Cameron Highlands events based on Polyterra that I showed you. Brinchang area and Tarakarata, the saltwater index can go within the 49 to 113 millimeters. This is based on the data that we had for 2014 and post 2016, whereby for our previous latest mudflood event, I estimated that the saltwater index for that area. It's just an estimation. This is not the final judgment, but this is the rough calculation that I had for my calculation, whereby the saltwater index can be ranged from 70 to 120. You can see this now in range about 240, but the burst occurred at 3 p.m. So that was the event that we had. So this is the occurrence event that we received from public that reported in the newspaper. All right, for my conclusion, the next conclusion on the future project opportunity. Actually, we need to encourage the higher learning institution to involve with these research studies under the master degree program, especially on the saltwater index subject matter, to fill some gaps on the Malaysian mudflood index for whole Malaysians, because I believe we have, if we do focus on this saltwater index for the whole Malaysian, it's just that slope master plan, but this is somewhere related to mudflood index, just to focus on the flood under the Department of Irrigation and Drainage jurisdiction on the flood issues. And based on the geological features, we need to study what kind of geological features for different kind of areas that we may see that there's a potential mudflood at certain location. So the proposal on the collaboration and involvement on the mudflood should be from transmittee engagement, especially from NADMA, DPPC, from the Kamaro, GID, especially Praban, who's looking after the floods for the whole country, Malaysia, and for geological subject matters, they must come from GMG, JKR, and local government. Last but not least, I forgot to put it inside, is the MISA should be involved in this satellite imagery for us to understand what are the features that we do have at certain locations. So I didn't put MISA here, sorry about that. MISA, you should be one of the collaborators under city projects. So further information, you can refer to the Department of Education and Drainage Malaysia. From that, thank you for your attention, and Dr. Kamaro. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Dom, for the, well, I think it's an awesome presentation, you know, starting from the mathematical model, and she tried to explain, you know, in the easy way, well, in the layman kind of communication. That's remarkable effort. I think it's not easy because it's a too complex phenomena per se, but she managed to explain very well, and some of the activities that she done, and also the project carried out by JPS, DID, and give us some clue, what was happening last week in Jerai, and also she presented some of the historical records, how we can learn from there and establish somehow acceptable model to be used. Yeah. So once again, Engineer Dr. Nolida, I believe it's not easy to be the last presenter, and I'm also so more than three hours, during weekend, unbelievable, and we still have, I think, less than 5% participants left our rooms from the beginning of our session. I think I do believe that the presentations sessions provide a lot of input for them. But I think we would like to apologize to the rest of the speakers and also participants that we are running out of time. But what I'm interested to do now, we would like to give one rounds of questions to the presenter, to our panelists, and I will combine some of the message or questions we receive from either from Zoom, Facebook, and also from my private message, private questions sent privately to my phone. And let me start with the first speaker. Dr. Sandro, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, Dr. Sandro. Thank you for waiting, from the first speaker to the last one. I believe that maybe you can also, one of your remarks, concluding remarks, you promote about the TDA. And in fact, not many people are aware of this ASEAN Civil Engineering Coordinating Council, and focusing more on this TC21, on the transdisciplinary approach for building societal resilience to disaster. Maybe some of our participants are somehow curious, how actually the hardcore civil engineer, geotech engineer talk about TDA. But I think by experience, you've seen this value of TDA in making the decisions. So that's why in I think 70% of your presentations deal with TDA. Can you little bit briefly mention about how do you see this TDA to be used in Malaysia? Because we have many government agency, professional bodies, and NGOs joining our webinar, and 80% of them are from Malaysia. Perhaps a few advice to all of them, how actually TDA could be one of the best approach, at least worth to explore. Please, Dr. Sandro.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. TDA, I think this word came into publication maybe around 20 years ago. And the first paper I read was about application of transdisciplinary approach to identify the the virus at the time. Maybe it was malaria, and the doctor and medical team were trying to trace where it occurred, how it's spreading, and they required all cooperation for all the sectors. Government sector, private sector, medical sector, as well as different disciplines. Transportation, administration, policies, politics, medical, many things. So they describe that TDA is required when you need to solve a complex problem, a global problem that cannot be solved by one institute or one discipline. I think, and all of the participants, they already knew about this, even before I say this TDA. We knew this by our heart, and I knew about this type of approach even before I know this word. Maybe 20 years ago, I was working with government academia to establish a new way to design a drainage system to prevent a landslide. But by putting this wording, collecting the example, we see it more systematic way. I knew by experience, but it was not systematic. Everybody talk about this, that we have to work together, but it was not systematic. It's all in our head, but was not written in a written form. It was not explicit knowledge. through this help with you in this ASIC committee, we have collected good example. And using this example, I see that when I look back what we did 2010 and 2014, I see some examples that look similar. And the last one that I mentioned about this workshop in the Aborigine area in Cameron Highland, it looks similar to me. I was not aware of this transdisciplinary at the time, but when I look back now for today's presentation, it looks similar because we had the government sector, because they are the one, that outcome of the workshop, they are the one who is going to use it. Community, the leader has to be aware, because he will, in the absence of the government agency, he's the one who is going to lead. And there was the NGO Eriko-san. She was the powerhouse running this. And, she had an NGO, and myself, I'm more a scientist, engineer. So it was a good combination, obviously. And unfortunately, I didn't continue this. But we were trying to devise a rain gauge that's fit to the local people. And we had no intention of making business of it. We were looking for a way to motivate the people, initiate ownership-driven way, people-centered way to mobilize it. But I'm sorry to say we could not continue. Why? Well, it can become a long story, so I will not continue it. But I think it was a good startup. And looking at, I think you can identify such example. I think Dr. Kamaru, actually, you are doing this in some, I think you have given example, right? Enhancing hazard map in the state of Sabah. If you could explain it, write it, the structure, organize the structure, and collect these cases, then finally it should become applicable in different cases. Sorry for talking a long time, but I should stop now.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sandro. Yeah, you know, this topic is as you said, is pretty much complex, and in fact, is involving various backgrounds, expertise, you know, set of data. And I do believe that in one of your presentation, you mentioned about creating a new knowledge. So that's the beautiful part of TDA, and well, it's across sectors, you know, beyond the limit of single disciplinary knowledge. So I hope that there are a series of follow-up discussions, Dr. Sandro, later on, since the numbers of sediment-related disaster are increasing in the last 1 decade in Malaysia. We couldn't really rely on the structural measure per se. You know, building a sabo dam is not the only or single solutions to address these important risks in the future. But I hope that we can at least promote this TDA and practically locally in Malaysia. Thank you once again, Dr. Sandro.
Thank you very much for your
well,
time.
from Japan, I would like to fly to Taiwan very quick. We have two speakers. Let me start with Dr. Samuel. I think the presentation by Dr. Samuel is like a 25 years or 30 years of experience, you know, building from one, not only building the institutional agency or dedicated agency to address this debris flow, but maybe Doctor, if you can share with us how actually the complexity of the disaster, sediment-related disaster, and you involve the community into the programs, you know. So that's something interesting to hear more story about that. Actually, how you use the science, how you use the data, and you empower the local community, helping the governments. You know, you have these volunteer, debris flow professional volunteer, more than 3,000 registered volunteer. I think it's not a 1 day, 1 week kind of of planning, but I hope that you can explain a little bit about that within the context of one remarkable story on when debris flow meet coffee. Please, Dr.
Yep,
Samuel.
Thank you very much for your question. You got two questions. The first one is how we deal with the local people. I remember about the story started from about 20 years ago. We initiate the rainfall-based model, but it's not so accurate. So sometimes we got false alarm. So we just go to the mountain areas, to the village, to persuade the people to be evacuated when they receive the warning issued by the government. But no one wants to hear this suggestion because finally we realized they don't believe us. And at that time, we worked with the university. We got a pilot study. We invented some, like the first speaker talked about using different simplified rain gauge for the local people to take the measurements of the rainfall. And we give them those kind of simplified rain gauge. And there's one grocery store owner, one lady in mountain areas, and she just put the simplified rain gauge in front of her store. So in the small village, everyone wants to buy the grocery once in a while. So all the villagers, within about 3 months, all the villagers visited her store and curious about what's that. And so the lady told the resident and neighbors that, oh, that's the gift from the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau. It's a simplified rain gauge. I put it here because they say that once the rainfall is over the threshold, we should be evacuated. Otherwise, there might be landslide or debris flows. So the lady kept on teaching, educating all the neighbors for 3 months because they are quite familiar with each other. So the neighbors believe her. So fortunately, 3 months later, there's a big surge of debris flow in their village. So one day before the occurrence of debris flows, the government sent their alert warning, the red warning for evacuation, because everyone listened to the ladies, the boss. So everyone knows that. So they are all evacuated. It's about 60 houses buried by the debris flow in that event, but only 1 casualties. So this successful example just led us to think about that. People will listen to you not because you are a PhD, but because you are the person they trust. So the local people trust who? Not us, not government officials, but they trust their leaders. So the village head or the community or a chairperson, something like that. So the next year we'll try to recruit all these villagers, especially the leaders, the heads, to become our professional volunteers. They are willing to do that. And then we try to promote that. So even in some mountain areas, we got a lot of indigenous people that speak their own language. So those indigenous village leaders, they educate, they give them the knowledge using their own indigenous language. So they are quite familiar with that, so they accepted that. So that's the origin we try to train the local people till now. So almost every creeks prone to debris flow, they have at least 1 volunteer over there to take care of that. So we think that's a very good mechanism. So we are willing to share our experiences to other countries. So recently we share our experiences to Thailand, to Vietnam. So the second question turned to Professor Kamaru about the when debris flow makes coffee. In fact, that's a article I write years before that, because in that place you visited is Huashan village. They suffer from serious debris flow disasters. So after that, you know that not only the Bureau did the disaster prevention works, including the hardware and software, but we also have a department they call rural regeneration. So after the engineering construction, after the training, after the evacuation plans, then those people go into the same village. They help the local people to find their new way to earn their living, to find their business. So they have a lot of meeting with the local people, and finally they decided to choose the coffee as their future industry. So the central and local government help the local people to find their way. They plant the coffee trees, try to do the industry. They even own a lot of coffee gardens. So that place become one of our, we say that they earned the reputation about hometown of Taiwan coffee. So during the holidays, tourists crowded those areas, so people make a lot of money. So it's like a rebirth from the debris flow disaster village, become the village earning a lot of money from the coffee industry. So I think that's a very successful example. So because now recently the Soil and Water Conservation Bureau is dedicating promoting the international collaboration with different countries. So you are all welcome to Taiwan, and maybe we can have a seminar or workshop in that place again. So I'll treat you all the coffees. That coffee is from the debris flow materials. So you'll feel that. That's very special. So welcome to Taiwan. If you have any questions, just contact me, and it's my pleasure to give you those information, invite you to Taiwan after the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. I think I was so excited to hear the story. In fact, I was drinking the coffee. I couldn't believe 10 years after they rebuilt, faster and better, stronger. In fact, they make well, I think for the sake of today's webinar, they generate about 1 billion Taiwan dollar as a result of these businesses, after the back-to-back disaster in that particular area. Once again, Dr. Samuel, thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to strengthen the international cooperation between Taiwan and Malaysia to transfer the technology. You have cost-effective technology, low cost, but it's a high impact. And also how actually we can learn, to set up not only the infrastructure, but also the human capital. Once again, on behalf of organizer, we would like to thank for your time today. We have Dr. Lai, and in fact, Dr. Samuel mentioned the words of academicians, scientists. So they work with scientists. So in fact, National Cheng Kung University provide a lot of platforms for all the government agency to pursue the study. So Dr. Lai, I think you presented about 2009 Typhoon Markop, and you presented somehow some of the proposed, or at least the way forward, what you have learned from this typhoon-induced debris flow. But we would like to hear some of the story or insight, how actually you or DPRC, under your leaderships together with Professor Sheh and your team, how you disseminate the science base, the evidence base, how you actually empower the academician and scientists to be part of the shared responsibility, so it's not just this debris flow is just a responsibility alone by our governments, but there's a specific roles or contribution by the scientists. Dr. Lai, if you can share with us, please.
Okay, so actually I'm always thinking of course, we are working for the disaster prevention or mitigation or everything. But in fact, we're coming in different field. I mean, I'm a geologist and someone maybe some hydrologist and some other everything. And we should consider it. I discussing with the topic with some researcher. He say disaster prevention, including hardware, software, and also the humanware. The humanware is very important. So, I mean, the same hazard could be make a different disaster in Japan, in Malaysia, and also in Taiwan. Natural phenomena could be the similar, but the impact and also the disaster response could be different with different culture and different pace. So we learn from that thing from the the real case. So so we're learning from the disaster itself. So also I think it's a very good topic. You discuss it some the important event also in Malaysia. So you grow up after the event, and after we meet some event again, we grow up again. So also the similar history in Japan, they're also learning from the different disaster. So also from the experience of the COVID-19, we need to live with COVID-19, and also we need to live with the disaster itself. But I think very important thing, like my topic, understanding of the risk. So firstly, we need to let the governor or the usual people, they recognize the problem itself. I mean, the disaster itself. So if we can accept such kind of problem, and they need to thinking how we go to the next. I think also is what the Sendai platform is continues to discussing. So anyway, I think the most important thing is we learn from each other. We also learning from Japan, and we develop some part of by ourselves. And also you can learning from each other, but finally, because the problem itself exists in your place, in your people. So we need to develop by ourselves. But anyway, we need to keep cooperation, continually to learning from disaster and how to treat the disaster itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lai. You know, when I visited more than 5 times to DPRC and Cheng Kung University. I was impressed actually how the academicians and scientists over there work directly with the government agency. You know, they were like helping the governments during even before the typhoons. And supporting the data at the command center during the disaster. It was remarkable setup by the Taiwan governments, Dr. Lai. And, you know, we need to use a lot of advanced technology, enhance our knowledge in understanding. And I like the words that you use, humanware. Well, the people itself, you know, the human capital, it must be invested a lot. You know, it's not just about the asset, you know, building the sabo dam, building a new plant, building a new bridge, but we also have to invest into the human capital. Yeah, so that's excellent remarks by our presenter from Taiwan. So once again, thank you, Dr. Lai, for your inputs. Something that a miracle about this, you know, they've hit by the same, well, not really the same typhoon, but in 1996, 25 years ago, they had this typhoon as presented by Dr. Lai and Dr. Samuel. 1996 helps Taiwan. In Taiwan, and from 25 years ago, they improved a lot, you know, from the institutional, they built a new law, and they invested a lot on the science and technology, including the human resource. So I hope that we can learn from this, how actually we can, the words that you use, grow up, learn something from this disaster and make it better. Thank you, Dr. Samuel, Dr. Lai from Taiwan. I would like to quickly move, since we really out of time now. I don't want to keep your lunch away. I would like to quickly move to the local presenter, Dr. Frederick, Engineer Abdul Rahman, Datuk Zakaria, and Dr. Norlida, talking about this Yan Kedah last week and 25 years ago in Perak. What's wrong with our countries? Where are the gaps? We know there are many aspects still underinvested, poorly treated, a lot of few. In fact, if you Google or at least search for the scientific paper about post-Dipang, only few papers turn up in the international database. Very fortunate, some of the historical records, the forensic reports, it's not easy to access. So I think we have to quickly learn from what happening in Yan, in Jerai Geopark, and today I think there are many people here, including the director of JMG Kedah, also joining. We have to work together, and we have to move and design some of the strategic action for better DRR strategies and prevention. So let's move quickly in just one row. I just want to give, perhaps you can share some of the additional recommendations for perhaps for the next 10 years, to achieve, to support this Sendai framework within 10 years. I'm not talking about to be done, the initiative to be done next week or next month, but at least within 10 years, we can co-design some of the strategic action and involving with many stakeholders. What would be the additional recommendation out of your presentation from 25 years ago and last week event in Kedah? Maybe you want to add some more. Maybe I would like to start with Dr. Frederick. You presented about typhoon-induced, earthquake-induced in Sabah. Maybe as a deputy director of JMG Sabah, maybe you would like to add some more additional remarks so that we can forward these recommendations and policy inputs to the respective agency. Please, Dr. Frederick.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Kamarul, for that question. So for us in JMG, so we are, we are very happy to collaborate with every agencies, that's including academician and other agencies like NADMA, GPS, or whatever, and we play our own roles. Like for JMG, we may contribute to the geological and geomorphological part of study, and this is maybe very important input for the models that should be carried out later to understand the mechanism and the system of the debris flow actually. And what I did mention in my presentation that you have to characterize the source actually, and maybe some of the sources may not involve some like temporary damming or whatever, and just in very small area or very small stream, then and this should not be neglected in our investigation. So that's all, Dr. Kamarul. So JMG will, I appreciate the collaboration with other agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Frederick. Indeed, it's a good additional remarks, and in fact now JMG is leading the at least establishing this dedicated task force, geological hazard in Kedah to at least collect some of the fresh evidence and understand the process from the beginning. So we appreciate the presence today, despite some limitation of what was happening 25 years ago, Dr. Frederick. Yeah, so at least 2015 Sabah earthquakes and also a series of debris flow in Sungai Mesilau, Kedamayang River at least give us good reminders. You know, we have to do something addressing the sediment-related disaster that coming from the mountain that can travel up to 15 20 kilometer away from the source. Yeah, so excellent. Once again, thank you. We welcome to any further partnerships and cooperations. Thank you, Dr. Frederick. I would like to quickly move to Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman bin Pandi as a director of slope engineering branch. I think is not easy to really come up with a quick solutions to address the sediment-related disaster, because it's involved with many investments, funding, budget, engineer. So I would like to pick it up this, and you mentioned you presented about 15 years roadmaps. It's a national slope master plan that will be ended in 2023. A lot we learned, you have achieved a lot achievements. And given the fact that the numbers of future events might be increased because of the rapid urbanization, the human activities and anthropogenic. So maybe Engineer Haji Abdul Rahman, if you can share within limited time what was happening in Kedah, in Yan, and also a series of debris flow. At least there are about 20 records of major massive debris flow reported in the National Slope Master Plan document. Maybe you can give us some clue for today, where to invest, and what sort of priorities to be given to at least support the global agenda and reduce a future sediment-related disaster in Malaysia. Engineer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kamarul. As we know today, current situations, the weather also unpredictable. What happened in Gunung Jerai is actually due to rainfalls, ARI in 50 years. So that's why I think that debris flow occurs. And yes, in our study, in National Slope Master Plans, every we have to identify roles, tasks, and responsibility for all agencies or stakeholders involved. For slope engineering branch, we focus more on roads, federal roads, and state roads. What happens, we still study at that area when we found that some of the failure due to complex translational landslides, wage failure, and some rotational slides. It also, from our early findings, we found that because of rain, because of heavy rain, because of a lot of water and fully saturated at the slope, and then induce the failure. So for next, I think JMG also studies area-based failures at the area. So I think we can focus which will impact to public, especially at air terjun Perigi, Titian Hayuns. That areas need to really study what to do. For example, as mentioned during the PM visits, JPS suggests, if I'm not mistaken, to do sabo dams. For federal roads, we will be focusing on how to mitigate maybe ring net barrier. Maybe we need to strengthen the slope with tie-back walls, and so more or less for initial budgets, we estimates about 17 millions need to do with the slope for state, federal and state road. So I hope collaborations between agencies and will produce comprehensive reports, as we know that the study is going on. That's my comments.
Thank you, Engineer. Thank you, the Director of Slope Engineering Branch, Public Work Departments, for your input additional remarks towards what was happening in Kedah. But I do believe a lot of investments to be done so that the event or the disaster may not occur in the future. Yeah. So for the rest of the area, we need to do a lot of intensive mapping. But what we can learn from Taiwan just now, they map more than 1,726 debris flow torrents, or creeks, and they allocate, well, at least identify close to 50,000 people who are living in this particular area. So we need that kind of mapping or information so that we can design a proper mitigation and preventive for this targeted area. So hopefully this Yan tragedy and post-Depang today trigger us a better long-term solutions, and of course we have to address the urgent needs of the mitigation in Yan, but there are many mountainous or tourist attracted area in this country, and some of the hill slopes, hill area, mountainous area need to be properly investigated. So let's move to Datuk Zakaria. Datuk, you presented about the Gunung Jerai, a lot of example given, contributed from geomapping technology. It's not easy to bring a private sector into the process of evaluation, assessment, and investigation. So today we've seen, whenever disaster happening, it's just a matter of the public agency to provide the input. How about the professional bodies? How about the practitioners, the industrials who are not just look from the commercial point of view, but at least together with the governments to support the data and also knowledge as well as recommendation. Maybe Datuk, within a short period of time, as a chairman of the Board of Geologists, you have close to 1,700 professional geologists registered. How actually this sediment-related disaster, because geologists have to work with other disciplinary, and Dr. Sandro proposed TDA as part of the approach, to solve or at least address these complex scenarios. Maybe Datuk, you can share within a short period of time, how do you see this TDA? How do you see this multi-transdisciplinary could be lead to a better solutions in the future, given the fact that the numbers perhaps are increasing because of the climate change and some other anthropogenic activities? Perhaps, Dato', we would like to hear your insight. What should we invest into next 5-10 years from now, Dato'?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumaro. And in fact, while waiting for the long-term strategic plan or actions come in the picture, I think the short term we should look at the close cooperation between research institutions and university and private sectors, and also our partner from Taiwan, for instance, from Japan, international partners. You see that debris flows, internal frequency, for instance, not very often. We are talking about debris flow last 10 years, 2010, the group from JK and JK come out with the study. But now only we have mentioned about that, the report now. I'm sure before that. Meaning that in terms of building our knowledge, to me, I suggest we can use Gunung Jerai. Just not there, I show you there's a basin. You see that the basin is very typical basin that warrant for immediate study by group of researchers. One group of from intergovernmental agency and also researchers from different source of funding. Then we meet and we discuss what the way forward we learn from that. Not also to forget about Penang. Penang and Gunung Jerai, they are one area. They are subject to the same rainfall climatic condition. I think that it has to do also with the same system. Remember, we talked about tail of Typhoon Damre and also. So the way forward immediately we need to do that. First thing, lesson learned from Gunung Pulau, it take about 3 years. That place will be open for the public. That will affect the economy of the people. Gunung Jera is a geopark. The people depend on the tourists. The income from the tourists come to that. If we close for 1 year, these people where to get the income. So we need to do it immediately. And with the resources, we can look easily from Taiwan. Why I say Taiwan? Taiwan is an island, just like Peninsula Malaysia. They have a central spine is island area, and East Coast and West Coast. We also in Peninsula Malaysia, we have East Coast and West Coast. It's almost similar setting. That's my view for now. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you for your additional remarks. And of course, we would like to pick it up, your suggestion and recommendation, and put it in this policy a brief later on. Yeah? So once again, thank you, Dato', for your input. And I would like to move to the last one, last but not least, Engineer Dr. Nurlida Mohamed Dom. I think you presented a lot of data, a lot of numerical model-supported results. And I believe, you know, it's not easy actually to gather the data. Maybe you can share some of the challenges when dealing with debris flow from the source area to the transportation, to the depletion zone, accumulation zone, involving a lot of mandate of the different agencies, from the perhaps mountainous forested area to the rivers and different state and district. You know, you see this complexity as you presented in Batam Valley, Kuala Terla, in Cameron Highland, for example. Maybe Dr. Nurlida, can you very brief mention about the way forward, given the fact that the mandate of JPS, the ID, and how actually the current this humid tropic center can also support the process of reducing future risks and also promote this Sendai framework, you know, to support the global agenda in the preventing climatic risk. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Kamaro. On the Sendai framework and our agenda by 2030 and carbon sink by 2065, I was one of the members of the task force of this intergovernmental hydrological program, phase 9, whereby this phase 9 will be started next year, 2022 to 2029, which is the 8-year medium-term strategies. What they have focusing is on these 5 priority areas where the bridging the data knowledge gap is one of their priority. Other than that, is on the scientific research and innovation that we have to look on our data and our sediment-related disaster. Maybe we can focus on. And perhaps there are many chattings that I saw in the chat room whereby those on the water education in the fourth industrial revolution that we're supposed to look at it. And the fourth one will be on the inclusive water management under the condition of the global change, whereby we should focusing on the IWRM, whereby this IWRM is water as a resources and water for livelihood, where you need to balance between the two. And SDG 6.5.1 is the most critical data now, where currently on SDG 6 we are in the path for the 2030 agenda. And on the SDG 6.5.1, if you can see what we're supposed to tackle and focus on the 4 ecosystem, and those all 4 ecosystem, they have their own drivers, and those are the 4 ecosystem that we can reverse are the enabling environment, such as the policies, laws, and some of the plans that's supposed to support the IWM implementation. The second one is what I suggested is on the institution and participation, where the range and the roles of political and social economics and administrative institutions and other stakeholders group that help to support the implementations. This is a very important. And the one that you said just now, the difficulties on my previous analysis, maybe on the data collecting and data collect. And on the management instruments is the most important part too that we should consider, whereby all those tools and activities that enable decision makers and users to make rational and informed choices between alternative actions. So those are the three parts that I can say. And last but not least, on the financial management, it is very important. If you have the things to do and innovate, but you are not supported by the financial, you won't go anywhere. So like what you asked me just now, what are my difficulties for this data management and try to understand the data. So those are the important things that we need to understand what the 5 W's and how one will. So we need to understand on how we can get the data at the optimum level that we can help those people down there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Dom. I think it's very timely to pick it up some of the recommended point just now on the data management, IR, WM. There are many initiatives going on, but if we can put in this puzzle into one package, I think we can leverage some of the cross inter-agencies data sharing and make use some of the historical records so that we can improve our understanding for better modeling and prediction, forecasting, and so on. So once again, Engineer Dr. Nurlida, thank you for your time. Definitely, we are running. I think it's
You're
1
welcome.
hour. I can't really imagine that we still keep it like, maybe 20-25% of our participants already left, but I think let's move to the last part of the session before I invite Mr. Rashid to deliver his closing remarks. I know he was waiting about 1 hour. Just 5 things about the key message. The first one, I think we have to establish so-called the national working groups. We presented to former DG Narma and look into how we can materialize this given the fact the current tragedy in Yuan. So these national working groups consist of different sectors, different disciplinary, and also groups of people. And we need a proper policy and law, as what was recommended by our Japanese and Taiwanese colleague. They have a strong policy and law. It's easy to secure a budget, increasing the number of investment in the future. So we also have to strengthen institutional framework, institutional ways of handling these factors as presented by Dr. Samuel just now, in Taiwan. So number 2, I think we have to co-develop this long-term comprehensive strategic action plan, and those plans must be consist of several groups of subject matter experts to lead the implementation process. It's not just a matter building the policy, but we would like to see the impact of the implementation by time. So this sediment-related disaster is pretty much a complex scenario from the source to the downstreams to the depletion transportation zone. We have to identify those at risk, this protected target, so-called, that's the term the Taiwanese use. We have to know the numbers. We have to know, so that it's easy for us to make a future plan and investments. And number 3, considering this mapping, monitoring, modeling, early warning system, data, disaster mitigation, and risk reduction require a lot of data, a lot of input from different sectors. So Dr. Sandro promotes this TDA as part of the solutions. Perhaps I think it's worth to explore how does this TDA work. I think technically speaking, this already part of the culture in Malaysia to call the different agencies and mandate to gather the data and get the opinion. But let's practically do it in a proper way and support the decision making process. Number 4, I think we have to invest into the capacity building. Engineer Dr. Norlida already proposed. We have to increase the number of capacity building, looking at the best model based on the past scenarios and event, so that this series of professional bodies, we can invite not only the Board of Geologists, IGM, IEM. There are many professional bodies should be in. So we increase the capacity of professional practitioner registered in these professional bodies. At the same time, we also engage the local communities, NGOs, who are perhaps can provide early action, early assistance whenever disaster happen. We can learn how actually the Taiwan built these debris flow professional volunteer and properly design and train them. And last but not least, number 5, I think we have to increase the investments by either by the public, private, academia, NGOs. Everybody has responsibility. Is a collective responsibility, shared responsibility, and given the complexity of the sediment-related disaster, we have to work together. And well, I wish that throughout these sessions, we can provide significant numbers of policy intervention especially to National Disaster Management Agency, and how actually this webinar actually learning from the regional issues, global challenge, and the best practice into the a set of key recommended action. So hopefully this disaster risk reduction and resilience is part of the key solutions in the future DRR investments. So with that, I think I close the sessions on my side. I would like to invite Mr. Rashid. I'm not sure whether you are still in. So the floor is, I think we would like to invite Mr. Abdul Rashid Jaafar, Vice President, Society for Engineering, Geology and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SDRM, who's also a President of Institute of Geology Malaysia, to deliver a closing remarks. Mr. Rashid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Kamarul. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Yang Berusaha Profesor Teknologis Dr. Ali Slamet, Dean of Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, University of Technology Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Dr. Kamarul Azhari Razak, Director of Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, Malaysia Japan International Institute of Technology, University of Technology Malaysia. Excellencies and honored guests, distinguished speakers from Japan, Taiwan, and Malaysia, and dear participants. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee from the Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center, Malaysia, Japan International Institute of Technology, University of Technology Malaysia, and Society for Engineering, Geology and Rock Mechanics Malaysia, SEGRM, and National Disaster Management Agency, NADMA, of Prime Minister Department, with the support of Japan International Cooperation Agency and Nippon Koi Japan, for successfully organized this webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reduction, from mapping and modeling to early warning and mitigation, in commemorating the 1996 post-Dipang tragedy that claims about 44 people, mostly Aborigines, underprivileged communities and children, on 29 August 1996. It is indeed coincident with the recent debris flow incident on 18 August 2021 that killed 6 persons at Gunung Jerai National Geopark. Debris flow, which is part of geological or sediment-related disaster, as we know, is a low-frequency geological hazard, yet very high impact. Ladies and gentlemen, SEGRM is a Malaysia national chapter for the International Association for Engineering Geology and the Environment, IEG, and the International Society for Rock Mechanics and Rock Engineering, ISRM. The membership comprises of multidisciplinary geoprofessionals and actively involved in national and international levels of professional discussion and research in the field of engineering geology and rock engineering, including geological or sediment-related disaster. On the other hand, the Institute of Geology in Malaysia, IGM, is a professional organization for geologists in Malaysia. SEJRM and IGM are committed in supporting any initiative by the government and any interested parties towards development and execution of more holistic action plan in evaluating geological or sediment-related disaster risks based on science and understanding of local vulnerability level, in finding long-term solution based on accurate, complete, and comprehensive geological and related information. It is timely for the government to increase funding on research and development of disaster risk reduction strategic plan, especially related to geological or sediment-related disaster as complete cycle. Any study or research to be carried out should be transdisciplinary to understand the effect of climate change and to reduce the risk in the future. The study must be multi-sectoral, involving public agencies, private practitioners, academia, professional organizations, non-government organizations, and the communities. I do hope similar events like this can be organized more frequent from time to time. It is good to have closer tie between Malaysia, Japan, and Taiwan. Personally, I have attended the international short course on disaster risk management, focusing on debris flow between 16 and 22nd June 2019 at National Cheng Kung University, Tainan, Taiwan. The short course attended by multidisciplinary professionals from public agencies, academia, private sector, professional bodies, and society. That kind of spirit that we need in disaster risk reduction agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, trust of all of you benefit from this webinar in one way or another. Pray so that we will be able to manage and reduce geological or sediment-related disaster risk in our own country. Pray so that COVID-19 pandemic can subside faster so that we can meet in person in future events. Stay safe, stay healthy. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, I declare this webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reduction is closed. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Rashid Jaafar, for the closing remarks. And indeed, this low frequency, high magnitude disaster, Mr. Rashid, should be given more priorities, more funding. I totally agree. I think it's a perfect time for all the professionals out there, practitioners. Let's work together, and so that we can prevent a future risk. Once again, on behalf of the organizer, we'd like to thanks to Mr. Rashid for the final remarks. So I think we come to the end. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to thanks for any hiccup. This Sendai 2030 DPPC webinar series, one of our long-term commitment to support the process of awareness, capacity building, sharing the regional best practice, and also looking for the best solutions. So, this webinar on sediment-related disaster risk reduction will end up later with a policy brief. We will circulate and upload these discussions point and also the recommendation given by all the speakers and also panelists. But I do hope that this webinar is not just one-off event. Please do contact us, connect to DPPC and our strategic partners. SGRM is a perfect platform for various sectors, engineers, professional geologists to come together and look for the better solutions. So to commemorate this 1996 post-Depang tragedy and what was happening in Yan Kedah recently, I think it's time for us to look into this disaster risk reduction as part of our future investment. It's not just an ordinary approach, it should be practically implemented. With that, I think I would like to thanks to all speakers from Japan, Dr. Sandro from Taiwan, Dr. Lai and Dr. Samuel, and the rest of the speakers from JMG, Dr. Frederick, Engineer Rahman from JKR. And we have also Dato Zakaria to represent a board of geologists, the professional bodies, and also private sectors on the geomapping technologies and Berhad, and also Engineer Dr. Nurlida Muhammad Dom from UNESCO-related entity agencies, as well as Department of Irrigation and Drainage. So I think it's a perfect platform for everyone today. Thank you very much to all participants and also our organizing teams. I think is without your hard work, I think this webinar is not possible to be successfully implemented. Once again, we would like to apologize for any hiccups. 2:15 my time, local time. I think it's a perfect time for us to end the session. With that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Stay safe and healthy, everyone. Bye-bye. Terima kasih Cik Rashid, terima kasih semua. Terima kasih Datuk Sabri. Terima kasih Puan Cik Siti semua
Bye-bye,
yang
Dr.
hadir.
Kamal. Thank you very much all.
Thank you, Dr. Sandro.
Very invaluable inputs. I learned so much. I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you.
Dr. Samuel, see you in Thailand.
Well,
very soon.
hope to see you in
very
Thank you very
real.
much. Welcome to Taiwan
Goodbye.
to test the coffee.
Goodbye.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
Dr. Yeah.
Thank
We are
you,
looking
Dr.
forward.
Hope to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr.
Bye-bye.
Lai.
Okay, thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.